The Athletics are just happy to have left Canada. The Blue Jays are red hot, and the A's are just in their way. Toronto easily took care of the green and gold in a clean sweep. The Jays have won 11 in a row. Tonight, the A's make their way to Baltimore as the Orioles are now fighting to stay in the pennant race. Manny Machado and Chris Davis lead the charge as the O's try to keep pace in the AL East. It's game one of a 4-game series. A's, Orioles, next. Always a great stop in the American League. Camden Yards here in Baltimore, one of the most beautiful ballparks in all of baseball, and that is Brad Mills brought up, and he will make the start tonight for the Athletics. It's the first of a 4-game series on a gorgeous night in Baltimore. It's the A's and the Orioles coming up on CSN California. Hi again, everybody, and welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. So Brad Mills called up due to some of the shifting around in the rotation. Sonny Gray with the back spasms. Not sure if he's going to pitch in this series, but Brad Mills is here, and the lefty's going to make the start.
Kuiper, I think anytime a young pitcher gets a chance to get a call to the big leagues, he's excited. Numbers weren't that great for him down in AAA, but he's left-handed. He has experience of pitching at the major league level. Last year, he beat the Mets. He lost to the Tigers. He's beaten the Orioles in the past as a member of the Angels. So all good things for him facing Orioles ball club. It might just be for one start. We do not know what's going to happen with Sonny Gray, but at least Brad Mills gets the start tonight. He's at least familiar with the major leagues.
And for the Baltimore Orioles, first baseman Chris Davis is having a huge bounce-back season. He struggled last year, not this year, and the A's saw it last week. He is big-time dangerous.
He could not be playing in a better hitter's park. Camden Yards is great for all hitters, but especially for someone who can go line to line. He can hit home runs out to left field, to right field, to center field, and as Buck Showalter's manager says, when he makes contact, usually it's good stuff. The A's hope that he does not make very good contact this series.
The Orioles will send Ubaldo Jimenez to the mound, and the Orioles are in this thing. They're in the pennant race. They're just 2.5 games back of that second wild card spot in the American League. Now up next, we'll head back inside the A's pregame live studios, and then back here to Baltimore for lineups and first pitch. So stick around.
TSN California is brought to you by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic herb butter. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
We are closing in on first pitch on a beautiful night for baseball here at Camden Yards. It's the A's and the Orioles. Here's our true story for tonight. It's brought to you by McDonald's, August 5th of 2011. That's Brett Lawrie, and he's making his major league debut for the Blue Jays right here at Camden Yards. First at bat, had an RBI single. He got another hit later in that game, and that was the major league debut of A's Brett Lawrie, who tonight will bat sixth and play second base. We'll have lineups and first pitch from Baltimore. When we come back, it's the A's and the Orioles. anthem just wrapped up, and we are set for baseball, the first of a 4-game series. We're going to stay through Monday. Oh boy, Monday night game. So we'll be.
Did you say night game?
Yes. So we'll be in Baltimore for a while, but it's a beautiful ballpark indeed, like Guy and Biff were talking about. And it is a nice night to play ball. Game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open daily. 83 degrees. A little humidity, but not too bad. And the skies are clear. No rain in sight. In fact, the forecast is pretty good for the entire weekend here in Baltimore. So the A's will try to bounce back from being swept in Toronto. And the Orioles, they are back home after a long road trip, and they are trying to stay close in that wild card race and in the AL East. A's starting lineup tonight looks like this. Billy Burns in center field. Mark Canha will play first base. Josh Reddick in right. Danny Valencia at third. Stephen Vogt will catch. Brett Lawrie's at second base again. Billy Butler in the DH spot, and then Coco Crisp hits eighth, and Marcus Semien that's ninth.
I thought we'd let our guy below do the announcing of the lineup.
Yeah,
he's got his
awesome
fake microphone down there. Ubaldo Jimenez is not fake. He is number 31. He's with the Orioles, signed a long-term contract. And the A's would like to do to him what they did to him last year. One start against the A's, and it was ugly from Jimenez's standpoint. Walked a lot, gave up a lot, and the A's beat him badly. But he's a pretty good pitcher. 9 wins on the season for Jimenez.
Orioles defense, it's a good one. Lake, Jones, and Parra in the outfield. Machado, Hardy, Scope, and Davis on the infield. Caleb Joseph is your catcher. Orioles catch just about everything.
Look how outfield is so shallow. They did that in Oakland too. Did it again tonight.
And the first pitch of the ball game from Jimenez to Billy Burns is low. So 7:18 first pitch local time. There were some pregame ceremonies which we'll tell you about. That's why the game was pushed back as far as the start time goes. But we are indeed underway with Burns facing Waldo Jimenez. Burns hitting .296, couple of home runs. He's got 25 RBIs. Taps this one slowly towards second. Scope charges, flips to first. And that is the first out of the ball game. Men in blue tonight. That's Vic Carapazza calling balls and strikes. Adam Hamari is at first. Ron Culpa's at second. Crew chief Larry Vanover is down at third.
I would like to have seen Billy Burns take the 2-0 pitch because it was similar to the one that he took for ball 2, which means that if Vic Carapazza was consistent, it would have been 3-0. But he did swing at a pitch down in the zone by Jimenez, who has an assortment of pitches, not really overpowering, about 93, tops out with the fastball. Now he's getting the pitch.
Canha takes that strike. Yeah, that's a good point by Billy Burns, and you hope that he can still be successful, continue to hit for average, and maybe, just maybe, be a little more patient in certain situations, and that would have been maybe a good time to at least take one pitch.
Well, typically a leadoff hitter, if he falls or gets a hit 2-0, he'll force the pitcher to throw a strike without really helping him out. And again, we don't know. Carapazza could call it a strike as he did the first pitch to Canha, but you're right. It's something that he will learn eventually, and he's just going to get better and better.
And we say that, not meaning that he shouldn't jump on the first pitch still, because he's good at that.
Sure.
But Jimenez is a guy, he can get a little funky as far as not being able to throw strikes. We've seen that. We saw that in that start you mentioned last year.
He walked 5 in the start against the A's last year in June. 4 of those scored.
That one drilled toward right field. Parra's there, 2 away. Canha, another hard hit ball to right field from Canha, but that went into the glove of Parra. 2 outs here in the top of the first, and Reddick will hit. Lots of orange and black in this ballpark. It's always that way. The Orioles wearing the black tops tonight.
A lot of those guys moving around too as Reddick comes to the plate. Scope shallow right field. Hardy on the first base side of second with a shift.
So they're going to keep shifting for Josh Reddick, which you and I are in agreement that it's a bit of a surprise that it's such an automatic thing with Reddick, because frankly, he hits the ball to left field a lot more this year than we've ever seen him in. We're not talking about flipping it to left field. He's lining balls that way.
Well,
30 hits to left field, that's not bad.
And he will try, especially with 2 strikes. And that's the reason, as you mentioned and have mentioned about the few strikeouts for him this year, that because he's waiting longer, seeing the ball longer, hitting the ball to left field, he's not striking out as much. If you roll over, if you continue to swing hard with 2 strikes, you are going to strike out a bunch. And Josh Reddick has been smart enough as a hitter this year to improve, get better and better, and use the whole field.
A little off the plate, 1-2. 282 with 13 home runs, 60 RBIs for Reddick.
It's a splitter possibly in the dirt.
And it was, and Reddick chased it. Joseph tags him, and that's a pretty good inning for Ubaldo Jimenez. 3 up, 3 down with a strikeout. Brad Mills back in the big leagues. He's set to go to work. And let's look at the lineup for the Baltimore Orioles. Manny Machado will lead it off. Then Parra, Jones, and Davis. Scope, Hardy, Reimold, Lake, and Joseph.
And left-hander Brad Mills, number 48. He was with the Yankees last year, at Nashville this year. Those are his numbers. On 11 home runs, 4-11 record with a 4+ earned run average. 23rd start, or 22 starts there. Of course, his first here. But he's a lefty that's not really overpowering. And he steps in the lineup in the rotation tonight against a team that he has had a lot of success against throughout his short career.
And he'll face Machado stepping in. And the first pitch in for a strike. Very good numbers for Machado. Sonny Gray play a little catch today. We'll see when Sonny gets back in that rotation. Machado goes after the second pitch, off speed pitch, and pops it up towards Simeon. And Marcus grabs it. First out here in the bottom of the first. A's defense has Chris, Burns, and Reddick in the outfield. Valencia, Simeon, Laurie, Canna around the infield, and Vogt is your catcher. So Brett Laurie getting another start at second base. Kind of a Bob Melvin, a little experimenting. Keeping Valencia in the lineup.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, Kite, as we have seen Valencia have success with the Athletics in a short amount of time, and keeping a hot hand in the lineup. And of course, he came over expecting really to platoon, but he's been playing against righties as well as lefties.
Here's Parra, who takes inside. First lefty to start a game since Drew Pomeranz on July 23rd.
Was the Scott Kazmir trade. You see the longest since '99, so quite a while. And really, had Brad Mills or had Sonny Gray not been scratched because of the back problems, the A's would have had probably the remainder of the season all right-handed rotation and might have surpassed that record, at least come close to it, to 1999.
And Bob Melvin did say before the game, it's nice to at least throw a lefty in there once in a while. So we'll see how Brad Mills does tonight here against the Orioles. The pop up, shallow right. Laurie's back there. He was playing back there a little bit. So 2 outs. So Sonny Gray playing catch earlier today after the back spasms got him in Toronto. So it was good to see him playing catch. And from what we've been told, he'll be evaluated tomorrow to see if there's continued improvement. The earliest he would start a game, and again, this is the earliest, would be Monday. So Monday's a possibility, Tuesday's a possibility. We'll just wait and see. I think everybody, just from a fan standpoint, would love to see a Sonny Gray Clayton Kershaw matchup on Tuesday, but I'm sure Sonny wants to get out there as quick as possible. Scheduled to pitch yesterday in Toronto. 1-1 to Adam Jones, third place hitter for the Orioles. And now 1-2, 74 miles an hour, drops right in there.
Well, Brad Mills is not going to overpower, but he's going to mix his pitches. He's going to throw curves, change ups, high fastballs. This is the indication right there.
Down the right field line, Laurie a long run, and he'll get there in foul territory. Calls off Mark.
Go get him, Brett.
He's all over the place.
He wants to be.
He'll score after one. Is brought to you by Domino's.com. Carry out any large 2-topping $5.99 pizza and get a free CSN cheer card. That's the Inner Harbor here in Baltimore. Very nice area. Our hotel is in that area. You can walk to Camden Yards from the Inner Harbor. Not 15 minutes maybe.
Try it. Let me know.
Oh, from the Inner Harbor. Oh, not from our hotel.
Oh, the Inner Harbor, yes. I was going to say. Yeah.
Hotel would be a little longer, although it's doable.
Now, Dr. Ponce on the trip, he said, I don't think I'm going to walk that. Nope, I don't think he will, though. Ubaldo Jimenez, the true definition of a guy who slings the baseball. Watch this arm action. Watch this. That will see, you'll see that arm go back farther than anybody. And you compare that to a catcher who takes the ball behind his right ear and throws, and yet Jimenez almost drops his right arm and hand down to the ground.
1-2 to Valencia. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Valencia disagrees with Vic Carapazza. second strikeout. Let's take a look at that motion, Ray. It certainly is unique.
It is, and this is one of the reasons that he has had trouble throwing strikes. If he's on, he's very difficult to hit because he does have a lot of moving parts, as they say, but there's the kind of the wrap and then takes the arm down. The good two-seam action on the movement of his fastball, outside corner. And he does throw a lot of fastballs, different types of fastballs, but the splitter that he struck out Josh Reddick, that's used kind of as a strikeout pitch for him, and it worked well.
When you see a pitcher with his arm, kind of a long arm like that, I mean, your arm has to come a long ways to catch up to your body.
To your body, exactly. And you know, you have to make sure that when your foot gets down, your leg, front leg gets out, and plant the foot, that everything does work properly. Again, when he has had his troubles, it's when that has not been working. And really, Drew Pomeranz went exclusively out of the stretch because of that. Too many moving parts, but Jimenez, as the starter, has stayed in the windup unless he gets somebody on base.
I would think it's tough to have real good control when you do that.
Yeah. Well, and if
Jim Palmer did it, he had pretty good control, but he's also a Hall of Famer.
Didn't give up a grand slam either. That's right. He walked 13 batters with the bases loaded,
but never gave up a grand slam
because he walked 13 batters with the bases loaded. There he is. That's the Cakes, as they called him.
First pitch strike percentage for Jimenez, 47.9, lowest among starting pitchers.
He's 80% tonight for the first 5. So
but that's interesting that number where it's not very good, but he is pitching well.
Sure. Well, the Rockies had him, and he was unbelievable a few years back. He went to Cleveland. It's a big contract with the Orioles.
A little bit inside. And it's 3-2 to Stephen Vogt.
See, I think Empire and Vic Carapazza a little bit more critical on that inside. He's trying to do the same thing as he did to Valencia with the outside two-seam fastball, bringing it back. But now Carapazza right on the right shoulder of Caleb Joseph.
Good splitter on 3-2. And as a hitter, there's just not a whole lot you can do. That is a nasty pitch.
Well, this is something that the A's should have learned from the 3-game series in Oakland. And they can learn it also in the first inning plus in this game, and that is the Orioles do not give in. Remember in Oakland?
Sure.
Chen, breaking ball 3-2 to Valencia, frozen. And it's as if you get 3-2 or a hitter's count, you're not going to get a fastball. And I think that's just the belief that in this case Caleb Joseph or Matt Wieters, there's your 51% third best with the splitter. It's you to throw it 3-2. It's very unusual. But that's Caleb Joseph, the catcher, calling the pitch, and pitcher's going with it.
Miguel Gonzalez, the A's faced him in that series, and he's not a guy that says, here, hit it.
That's right.
2-0 to Laurie.
And we were talking about that, Kite, when Leon gave up the slam to Chris Davis, threw him a 3-2 fastball. And he hit for a slam on the final game of the series. So there's your difference. Do you throw him a changeup, screw him in the ground, maybe strike him out or walk him, but it's 1 run. Instead, it's from a fastball, miss the location.
And a 3-0 pitch. Laurie singles up the middle. That's the first hit for the A's. So that'll bring up Butler.
Jimenez said, was the count 3-0? And it was. Unfortunately, got the base hit. This, again, you might be thinking 3-0, trying to hit a home run, but pretty good pitch by Jimenez in the outer part of the plate. He gets a chance to talk to Chris Davis. Or Davis gets a chance to listen.
That's probably a little more accurate, yes. Tends to be a little bit of a one-sided conversation with Brett Laurie. He's got a lot to say.
In a short amount of time to say it.
Yeah, it's almost like he's on the clock when he's talking to you. He's got to get it all out.
So we have Brett Laurie in his socks, and a little bit off kilter in the back of the leg, and then you have Billy Butler. Look at the left sock of Brett Laurie. Kind of turn it around, twist it a little bit.
Billy's got his all twisted up too. I don't know if that's done on purpose or not.
Whatever it takes.
See,
It is kind of humorous, isn't it?
Maybe it's a new look. I don't know. Ray and I have not warmed up to that look just yet, but give us time. Give us time. Inside the Butler, 2-1.
You know, the Sogard with the stripes. I mean, he's been consistent all year. He's worn the same thing. But we always know that if someone's having trouble hitting, whatever, they're trying to change the look. It's kind of to the extreme, especially the left leg.
3-1. So Butler in a good hitter's count.
He said the ball he hit yesterday in Toronto, he got all of it.
To right field?
Yeah, he said, I said, you get enough? He said, enough. It should have been a home run. It wasn't. He was frustrated. So try the same ball tonight. This is a hitter's park. See if he gets a fastball. Nope, like that.
And a walk. 2 on, 2 out. And Coco will try to get the A's going.
Okay, if it's a matter really of a catcher, I think just as much Caleb Joseph not, or at least saying, here's a 3-1. If I throw him a fastball, he might hit a 2-run home run. Do I just wait and take a chance with Coco Crisp and with 2 outs and start fresh? And I think he's been pretty consistent with that theory. At least we've saw it 3 games in Oakland, even with Matt Wieters, who caught the middle game of the 3. Coco like to put some numbers in those columns that have zeros. Like a 0 in front of the average and at least 1 in front of the home run and the RBI column.
So generally, with a batting average, you want to get off. It's called freeway, right?
Well, that's
Coco wants to get on it.
He wants to get on it. He's on bingo now.
That's right.
096. You don't like the bingo numbers. You want interstate.
You want to be on the interstate, or at least Coco wants to get on.
Yeah, he wants to get on and then get off the Mendoza line.
If you're hitting in the 100, you're on the interstate.
Now, granted, he has not played most of the season, but at this time of the year, when most players have played a lot, the numbers are reasonable. So if you're a player, you say, please eliminate the scoreboard, which they're not going to do.
7 hits and 73 at bats for Coco Crisp. This one is popped up foul just underneath us. So Aldo Jimenez ahead in the count 1-2. He had a quick first inning, but 2-out rally by the A's here in the second. Outfield very shallow. And his kicks 1-2 pitch is a fastball inside at 93 miles an hour. Sixth season already for Buck Showalter as the manager of the Orioles.
That 3-time manager of the year last year with the Orioles, manager of the year. He was second to Bob Melvin a couple of years ago. Both were in New York waiting for the announcement, and Bob Melvin said he thought it was going to be Buck, and instead it was the A skipper.
That one queued up the third base line foul. Here's our cold hard facts for tonight, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. 3-time Manager of the Year award winners. Tony La Russa's got 4. Bobby Cox has 4, and then Buck Showalter with 3, along with Dusty Baker, Jim Leland, and Lou Piniella. So a good list to be on.
Notable about that, Buck's the only active manager. A couple in the Hall of Fame. Jim Leland will be there.
Two to Coco. Shallow center, and it's going to fall. And Brett Lowry's going to come in to score, and somehow Coco Crisp was able to drop one in front of Adam Jones, even though he was playing extremely shallow. So it's an RBI hit, and the A's lead 1-0.
Well, he hit it about as soft as you can. He placed it perfectly, a split that didn't split off the end of the bat, and maybe that helped, because you're right, he was playing shallow. Jones plays very shallow. You can see him at the top of your screen. Going out was Hardy, coming in was Jones, fortunately with 2 outs. And Jones tried to barehand the ball, throw quickly, and just did not work out. So the A's a 2-out hit, something that's been rare for them, and this time it works. And there a case of pitching and throwing a 3-1 slider to Billy Butler. And he makes a bad pitch to Coco Crisp on the splitter that didn't really go down sharply. Cost him a run.
And now it's 2-0. So pitches this inning, 28 now for Ubaldo Jimenez, and more balls than strikes. And another ball, 3-0. I see the crowd moaning and groaning a little bit.
He wanted that pitch because that one was called a strike to Mark Canha. The first pitch that he threw to him.
Fastball, sinking action, called a strike. So 3-1. Butler at second, Crisp at first. He's with a run here in the second. And there's a shot, center field, base hit. Here comes Billy Butler. They're waving him home. Here comes Adam Jones' throw, and he is out. What a throw by Adam Jones. It was not necessarily shallow center field where he let it go from, and he made a perfect throw. And Butler's out at the plate. He's due get a run. It's 1-0.
Hits, two of them back to back. One of them, Mike Gallego, thinking that he's going to score Billy Butler from second base, and reality probably should have, as a hard hit ball by Marcus Semien. Billy Butler thrown out at the plate on a perfect throw by Adam Jones from center field, and this time he was able to catch the ball and throw it. He tried to bare hand with Brett Lord. He did get Billy Butler.
The A's get the one. Chris Davis, Jonathan Scope, J.J. Hardy here in the second inning. Into the shift, Laurie way out in shallow right field, fires to first, one away, and here's the throw by Adam Jones, and it was a good one.
Well, he's a Gold Glove outfielder, and with two outs going on contact and kind of towards left center, but Adam Jones fielded it, perfect throw. Caleb Joseph had it plenty of time to tag the hard sliding Billy Butler, but you know, Mike Gallego flipped his helmet as he was walking off the field, but when you have a hit like that, and with two outs, you're hoping the runner at second's getting a secondary lead. Billy Butler knows he's going to be sent. He was, and Mike Gallego hopeful that he could beat the throw, which he didn't. And of course, it took a perfect throw, and it was, and a perfect hop to Caleb Joseph, well in front of the plate to make the tag.
.34 outfield assists by the Orioles, most in the majors.
And I think the A's are not quite there.
The Orioles are, I mean, you could argue, and statistically they are the best defensive team in all of baseball.
Absolutely. Well, exactly.
They've made 45 errors. It's the fewest in the major leagues, and you just saw the outfield assist. Scooped up by Simeon. His throw is in time. 2 outs. And we've seen the Orioles for a while now. When I say the Orioles, meaning this group, and above average at every position. Parr is very good. They just acquired him. As far as we're talking defense now.
Well, I think the biggest thing that you said, the fewest errors. The Dodgers, I think, are next. And Howie Kendrick made the error when the A's were in Los Angeles. That was a shock to see him make an error. That Dodgers very rarely make them. And the Orioles, you figure you put the ball in play to somebody that's going to be caught. Meanwhile, Brad Mills doing a great job. He's mixing his pitches, taking something off his fastball. Good location with his fastball and changeups.
Went in for a strike. 1-1 the count. Another strike. 1-2. J.J. Hardy taking a couple strikes.
Curveball, see if he can get it down in the zone.
Stayed high and also moved inside. So 2-2 to Hardy. 7 home runs, 30 RBIs for the shortstop.
See if he comes back with a changeup, because not going to go fastball away, but he could throw the changeup on 2-2 or 3-2. That's fastball. Now he may be able to come back, and it's kind of going with what Stephen Vogt calls, because Stephen Vogt has seen this club of the Orioles, and usually a pitcher coming in facing him, even though Brad Mills has faced him in the past.
There's a shot. Simeon leaps, cannot get it.
Good throw on the changeup, but he left it up a little bit too much.
So that's the first hit for the Orioles, and here's Nolan Ryan.
Good idea, but the fact that he left it up, and J.J. Hardy not swinging big on a 2-strike pitch, stayed back, and with the elevated changeup, hit it hard to left field.
Rymel, big, strong, right-handed hitter. Takes inside. Wasn't that long ago the Orioles thought Nolan Rymel may be an answer for them as an everyday outfielder, but injuries have slowed him down. He's not been able to put it all together. And now 2-0. Stephen Vogt will come out and have a quick chat.
Brad Mills pitched, made 3 starts for the A's last year, and when asked who caught you, he said all 3.
That's right.
A's had 3 catchers that, in the course of the game, and Jimenez faced the A's last year, the 1 start. 2 of the catchers, Stephen Vogt and also John Jaso, who was DHing early in the game. And of course, Derek Norris. Stephen Vogt with the injured foot could not catch that much throughout the season. Look out here, he may be hitting in 3-0.
And he is, and he lines one into left. So back-to-back 2-out singles. So the A's had a 2-out rally in the second, and now the Orioles with a 2-out rally.
Well, he didn't hit it hard, and maybe he looked for a little bit more than what he got towards the end of the bat. It could have been very easily hit to the left side for an out, but instead into the outfield. So the note on Brad Mills, went to the University of Arizona and grew up and still lives in Mesa, Arizona, 5 minutes away from the A's new spring training facility in Mesa, Arizona. His dad, Mark, mother, Cindy, are still in that area. It's amazing. You get a call to the big leagues and everybody's watching. He's got his parents watching in Mesa, his wife Annie, and his kids in Nashville. I think the special thing is his brother, who works in Philadelphia, drove in to see him pitch.
Nice.
He said he'd never seen him pitch, so he drove in. His brother Scott.
And now Brad Mills in some trouble here in the second inning, trying to get Junior Lake.
We talked about the Orioles and not giving him with the fastball. Brad Mills also has shown he's not opposed to throwing change-ups, and especially in hitters' counts. Just a matter of locating them, trying to get the ball down. Change-up.
Right field for Reddick. And Reddick is there. He's got it side retired. So the Orioles strand a pair, and we're on to the third. 1-0 A's lead. And it was the Orioles that he no-hit. So Iwakuma got a little help there from Seager late in the game. Austin Jackson on the run. He grabs the final out. So Hisashi Iwakuma, the no-hitter. So the Orioles no-hit on Wednesday. Had an off day yesterday. Got their first hit tonight in the second inning. So it's no fun going like 48 hours without a hit. That's a long time. The Orioles have been no hit, let's see, 7 times. Clay Buchholz did it in 2007. It started with Bo Belinsky.
Bo Belinsky, one of Bill Rigney's favorites. Dean Chance and Bo Belinsky.
I should know more about the career of Bo Belinsky, but what I do know is he liked to go out with movie stars, right?
Maybe they do.
Yeah, see, I mean, I don't know why that's the first thing I think of when I see Bo Belinsky's name. You know what? Good for him. he was glad to be in Los Angeles playing for the Angels.
Yeah, Rig didn't like it because he had to try to keep up with keep somebody up with those guys.
Scope to first, and they get the Speedy Burns in the close play. So this is what Chris Davis had to say about the no-hitter. It's our Geico quote of the game. He threw the ball really well. I felt like as the game went on, he got stronger and stronger. He was obviously moving his split around, elevated his fastball up high for 2 strikes. He did not back down, and we've seen Iwakuma enough. He's got a good splitter, and if it's really working, he can be very tough to hit, and the Orioles found that out.
Well, unlike Cole Hamels, maybe he'll get traded too. Hamels pitched a no-hitter, and he got traded to the Rangers. Chris Davis, if you get him out, split's pretty good because he's got that uppercut swing. That was a good split.
Well, that game on Wednesday was the final game of the road trip, and it was the old-time West Coast trip for the Orioles. The 3 stops on the West Coast: Angels, A's, and Mariners. They finished 4 and 5 on the trip, so they were glad to get home, have an off day yesterday, and get back to work tonight against the A's. Interesting. road warriors. Tied for the most road games. Tied for the fewest home games. So they got some catching up to do on home games, which happened a little bit in this homestand as Canna hits one up the middle for hit number 4 for the A's off Waldo Jimenez.
You know, you mentioned that great road trip that they just took. Go west and face the 3 teams on the West Coast. Highest pitch that Mark Canna, always aggressive, and he tried to go to right field his first at bat, this time with a 2-strike pitch up the middle. But they had quite a road trip, even though the record might not have been, but you know, 1 trip west and that's it. And I said to Buck Showalter, I said, you know, it's nice that you have a night game on Monday. He said, I thought it was a day game.
We wish.
He said, that's good, bad schedule. And I said, well, talk to somebody in your office because somebody scheduled it for Monday night. He said, do the A's play on Tuesday? I said, yep, Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw. And he said next year, we've already talked about it, their schedule's going to be different, which they're always different.
I mean, I tell you what, Ray, I'm just looking at the Orioles schedule. And I'm looking at their road games. This one bounced right side. Nice play by Schoop. Out at second, safe at first. Schoop with a shift on, ranged to his right and actually backhanded it, and they got the out at second. But a good play by the second baseman.
Well, the shift got Josh Reddick that time as he pulled it, but that's the feed, and Reddick, of course, always hustling down the line to avoid the double play. Schoop, and then it was J.J. Hardy trying to complete it. So it was a traditional 4-6, but the shift made it a little bit more difficult that way.
So 2 outs for Valencia. And there's a strike. So that was the only West Coast trip for them. But outside of their trips within their division, which is Boston, Toronto, New York, Tampa Bay, nothing very long as far as a flight goes there. But the Mets, Miami, Houston, Cleveland, Philadelphia, Chicago, Minnesota. I mean, they're 1 hour, 2 hour flights. Everyone.
Exactly. A's will be on the plane 6 hours on Monday night. It's going west. You have a headwind, a little bit more, takes longer.
Now this year, of course, it's good for the Orioles because they're playing the National League East, but it's not a complaint. It's just the fact is the travel for West Coast teams is very difficult compared to East Coast and Central teams. It's night and day different.
Joseph set up way inside. This pitch way outside, and he had to reach for it, and Valencia had to hold up his swing.
2-2 the count. Big hole on the right side, and Valencia lays off the pitch in the dirt. Full count. Reddick will be on the move from first.
Shook off the fastball to go to maybe the splitter.
Reddick runs, and the pitch is hit hard. What a play by Machado. Straightens up, throws, and they got him. Sensational play by Manny Machado. That's why he's got a gold glove.
Probably just won another one on that play.
That was a terrific play, and it ends the top of the third. of 2010. That's Brad Mills making his major league debut for the Blue Jays, and it was against the Orioles up in Toronto. And how about this line? 7 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 4 strikeouts, 92 pitches. He got the win. That was again back in 2010. Brad Mills went to the big leagues that year. So that was against the Orioles. And check out his career numbers against the Orioles. This is his 4th start. First 3-0, 1.56 ERA for Brad Mills. So maybe that came into play when the A's were deciding on who to bring up.
But he brought up a very important point that we have talked about many times. When you start looking at numbers against certain teams, Brett Lawrie pointing up to let Josh Reddick know a tough sun or tough twilight right now.
So this was the next year, 2011. Another start.
And it's Mark Reynolds.
Yeah. And another win.
But as to say, and Brad Mills said it coming out the park, you said, while I've had good numbers against the Orioles, they're different players. And that's usually what happens. So if you're basing everything on the success against a team, that's great. And maybe that does work to benefit, but start looking at the different players. They have different approaches, and so far tonight it's worked for Brad Mills because he's used all of his pitches.
Well, last year there was a lot going on for Brad Mills. He actually pitched for 3 different organizations. Started the year in Nashville, which was then the Brewers AAA. Was traded to the A's, was with the A's for a while, and then claimed off waivers by the Blue Jays. So he went back to the Blue Jays. But the A's brought him back. Signed to a minor league free agent this past offseason. So now here's the 3rd start against the Orioles. This time Mills was wearing an Angels uniform, and that was 2012, and he got the win there.
And that was Mark Trumbo playing first base for the Yankees.
So 4 career wins for Mills, 3 of them against the Orioles. Machado on the 3-1 pitch walks. So first walk by Mills.
But he said he wanted to re-sign with the A's, and primarily because of this start tonight. He has experience pitching big leagues. He's left-handed, and he said, if I'm with the A's and I'm in the minor leagues, they know I have the experience. They know what I can do because the A's have seen him, as the other clubs have. But and also, he's 5 minutes away from the spring training home of the Athletics in Mesa, where he lives with his family. So all things worked out well, and here he is pitching tonight.
So 1 away, Machado aboard. Here's Parra. Machado, good base stealer. He's got 15 steals on the year. He's 15 for 20.
Well, it's the start of the 2nd time through the batting order, and that in itself is very important to see how much the Orioles learned and how much more the A's will change the approach against these Orioles.
.38 pitches so far for Mills. Good move there. That big series in Toronto, game 1 is underway. Yankees and the Blue Jays, they are scoreless in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Blue Jays with a half-game lead over the Yankees in the AL East. David Price against Price and Nova, the pitching matchup there. The Yankees a half game out. The Rays are 5 out. The Orioles are 5.5. Orioles 57 and 56 on the year. There's a strike. 2-1 the count. Is 32-20 at home, so good home record. Not good on the road though. 25-36. Good lead for Machado. That one's tapped. Laurie has to range far to his left, and he gets there.
Not against the Mets last year. That was a very good one. That he defeated the Mets. Great changeup. Game number 78 last year for the Athletics. Wearing that familiar 48. See the off-speed pitches, the curveballs, and he ended up picking up the win in that game and pitched extremely well. Wheeler was the leader. Sean Doolittle got to save first win for him as a member of the Athletics. That was before the A's went to Miami. Remember that went to the Mets and then Miami. That same East Coast trip.
Here's Adam Jones. In for a strike.
They saw Mark Burley yesterday as a game in which Burley picked up win number 13 of the Blue Jays, but similar style of pitching, not overpowering. Burley, of course, using both sides of the plate, and Brad Mills, as he just threw the fastball first pitch to this right-handed Jones, has to do the same thing.
So he's ahead in the count, 0-2. Jones fouled out to Laurie, the second baseman, to end the first. 19 home runs and 56 RBIs for Adam Jones. Jones an all-star for the 5th time this year. He was a starting all-star this year. Took the place of Alex Gordon. Gordon did not play due to injury. Swing and a miss and a good pitch, and Jones strikes out, and the Orioles strand a runner in scoring position. So 4th inning coming up from Baltimore. 1-0 the A's lead. Painters Paint Store. Top of the 4th inning from Baltimore with the A's leading 1-0. Stephen Vogt to lead it off. First pitch is low. He's got their run in the second inning. Coco Crisp blooped a single to center that scored Laurie. And that is the only run in the game so far. In for a strike. Stephen Vogt struck out swinging in the second inning.
Vogt, I think, is the only player that was playing against Ubaldo Jimenez last June. Guys named Jaso and Donaldson and Moss and Kazmir. Four of the guys that were in there.
That was the Manny Machado, Josh Donaldson series where things got a little interesting.
Right. Great memory.
And from what we understand, Machado probably learned a little something from the whole ordeal.
It's amazing how it's kind of muggy here, and sometimes a bat slips out of the hands.
That does happen sometimes.
This was just a simple ground ball. Donaldson decided he was going to tag Machado, and Machado done his little pirouette and fell down and got upset, and then Donaldson got hit. That was by Chen, who has perfect control. And the thing that really was upsetting was what happened after that. But I think what you're saying is he learned all. I mean, he fell down himself, and Donaldson definitely did not push it.
Well, Laurie arguing with Vic Carapazza, 1-2 the count.
Well, he thought maybe the curveball was low, but where it crossed the plate maybe wasn't. Caught low by Caleb Joseph, actually pretty much on the ground.
Big swing, trickled foul.
This one time gets a little sticky here, muggy, and sometimes bat's thrown and slips out of the hand. So Abad threw inside and missed him, and the bat toss.
It was one of the stranger things we've seen.
Yeah.
But I think the young man learned his lesson.
Yeah.
Probably grew up a little bit from it.
He's going to be around a long time.
Terrific play.
He's going to be a third baseman for the Orioles for many, many years. And
John Jaso did not sit well with him. So it was an interesting final game to the series. High fastball on 3-2. And Laurie swings and misses, and that is strikeout number 4 for Ubaldo Jimenez.
And went upstairs after the curveball was low, and then elevated the fastball. And Brett Laurie, who swung 3-0 his first at bat, got a base hit. This time on 3-2, could not handle the fastball.
So with 2 outs, Butler steps in. First pitch to Butler in for a strike.
I was thinking, Kite, now that Josh Donaldson's with the Blue Jays and with the scheduling, they play each other a lot of times.
That's true.
You know, unlike with the A's and Orioles, this year we'll see each other 7 times, and teams within the same division about 19 times.
So 1-1 the count. Sinker just a bit inside. Butler walked in the second inning, but soon after that he was thrown out at home trying to score from second on a base hit. Up the middle, over the bag, and into center field for a hit. So Billy Butler's aboard for the second time, a 2-out single, and that'll bring up Coco Crisp.
Jimenez falling off just enough. Watch as he falls off to the first base side, just enough, could not reach back. Let's see pitchers who actually pitch and take a little hop, and they're exactly over the pitching mound and the slab, so they can handle a ball that's over the mound like that.
Jimenez has always had almost like a recoil.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Kind of a strange when he finishes. He almost lurches back a little bit when he finishes. Coco with his first RBI of the year in his last at bat, and now he's behind in the count 0-2. Dropped a single in front of Adam Jones, who's playing shallow, but Coco was still able to drop it in front of him.
And Coco has a little bit more power maybe than Billy Burns. And you see him play the outfield shallow with Burns, but Coco has been known to drive the ball and drive it into the seats, and that would be ideal right now. That way Billy Butler wouldn't have to try to score from first base on the ball again. I mean, not that he wouldn't be able to, but it makes it a little bit easier if the ball's in the seats and he can trot.
Inside, and it's 2-2. Pitch number 77 coming up, so pretty high pitch count for Ubaldo Jimenez. Coco lays off. He's walked 1 and he has struck out 4.
You can hear fans, and that's the troubling and the frustrating thing for the pitcher, manager, pitching coach to have a pitcher get ahead 0-2, and all of a sudden he's faced with a 3-2 pitch, which means Davis, who's behind Butler, can get a jump off first.
Little flare. Machado can't get it, and it's a fair ball. Rolls off the side wall. Butler stops at third. Coco to second, and it's going to be a double. Machado was shifted over. He had a long ways to go, but he got a pretty good glove on it, and I thought he was going to grab it.
Didn't leave his feet, which Coco inside out swing barely made the outfield grass, got it off the edge of his glove as he went in to the dive to the side, and all the while Billy Butler got to third base and had to be held there by Mike Gallego. Might be the shortest, most shallow double we've seen in a while.
And you know the world revolves around shifts now when they're shifting at Coco,
right.
Chris.
How about that?
We have not seen that before.
I mean, just off the edge of the glove, and he probably did not want to leave his feet for fear of that happening right there, and off the edge of the into the glove. And but you're right. In normal position, that's an easy out.
I don't think we've seen a shift on Coco until now, have we?
I don't think so. Somebody has a spray chart that shows him hitting the ball to the right side. But maybe that same spray chart didn't show that he only had about 78 at bats this year.
That's true.
Which makes a whole big difference in the approach.
So 1-1 to Simeon, who had that base hit to center when Butler was thrown out at home. Now 2-1.
That was a good at bat by Marcus Simeon also to not really try to do too much, and on a 3-1 pitch didn't open up, and we've seen him use the whole field, which is always good for a young player to think opposite field. Right now they're shifting him slightly to the left side.
Fastball is high, 3-1. Burns would be next. So another 2-out rally. A's did the same thing in the second inning when they got their run. Missed outside, and the bases are loaded.
A slider, and once again it just seems like Dave Wallace is going to pay a visit, take his glasses off, put them on the top of his cap, rub his eyes, and say, all right, Ubaldo, what are we doing? You're getting ahead of all these hitters, and you're falling behind and walking them or giving up hits.
He's thrown 26 pitches in this inning. He had 31 in the second inning.
Dave Wallace put his glasses back on and head back to dugout. At least he's consistent. I mean, he's as consistent as you will see in somebody going to the mound. I mean, he does it I guess his eyes get tired, so he takes his glasses off, rubs his eyes before he decides what he's going to say to the pitcher.
Grand Tour. He's with 5 Grand Slams this year, second most in the American League. And here it's up to Burns. First pitch inside. Butler at third, Crisp at second, Simeon at first.
What are the odds of an inside the park grand slam?
There you go. They're shallow. Tap slowly. Machado has it. Juggles. Throw to first. No, he won't throw it. Coco trying to score, and he's going to be out. Butler does score, but Coco thrown out at home. So the A's get a run. Give an infield hit to Burns. Give the A's a 2-0 lead. Coco just kept running on this play, and he was out by, well, he was out by about 20 feet.
Well, Machado bobbled the ball, faked the throw to first base, looked around and saw that Coco was trying to run and score from second base, and Machado made the smart play. He knew he couldn't throw out Burns, but faked and then turned around and looked and made a perfect throw. And Chris Coco was out plenty, and I think we're going to show, because there's always a lot of times a base runner would go on his own thinking that a throw is going to, and if Machado thrown to first, probably would have scored.
Yeah.
But he didn't, and that is Machado, and there's the maturing Machado, because maybe somebody else, or maybe in the past, he would have done it, but this time he did not. Got him an out. So twice now, 2 times the A's have had runners thrown out of play.
Chris Davis is on, and Davis shoots one into left field for a base hit. Let's take a look at Mike Gallego. He is holding up Coco.
He's saying, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, and because Gags knows what could happen, and it did happen. And see, that's an infielder in the case of Mike Gallego, and he knows that somebody's going to make that play or try to make a play, and he knows whether an infielder like Machado is going to. He didn't, and ended up being costly for the A's.
First pitch is inside to Scope. Scope hit a grounder to short in the second inning. So a leadoff hit for Chris Davis. 3 hits now for the Orioles against Brad Mills. It's a shot foul. Larry Vanover had to get himself out of the way, the third base umpire.
And you got to get the ball down. Elevating some pitches. Well, they didn't. Just didn't fall down like Tommy Lasorda.
No. which is good for Larry Vanna. Short lead for Davis at first. Blue Jays have grabbed the lead over the Yankees 3-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning. So the Jays are at it again, looking for their 12th consecutive win.
And that's with David Price pitching.
Yep. Encarnacion back in the lineup tonight for the Jays. He was out all 3 games against the A's. Scope, base hit center field. Davis will stop at second base, so 2 on, nobody out, and J.J. Hardy coming up.
Location down and away, and the pitch middle of the plate in. And Scope, who plays a very solid second base, gets a solid base hit up the middle. I think in this case, if Hardy bunts, it might be on his own. I don't know if he's going to. 7 home runs one time. He was a 20-plus home run hitter playing shortstop.
Takes a fastball low from Brad Mills.
I think happens too in the American League. While some teams will play thinking bunt, thinking it's American League, they're 9 hitters. It's not like
let them all hit.
Exactly, and it's tough to win a 1-run game or a low-scoring game in the American League. You figure it's going to be a lot of offense.
Nolan Reimold, another right-handed hitter to follow. Orioles had a couple of 2-out singles in the 2nd inning but could not score. Different story though here in the 4th. Nobody out with 2 on. Outfield shifted toward right center. Big gap in left center. And now it's 3-1. So Mills has to be careful.
Well, Hardy hit a changeup on 3-2 his first at bat. He just took that 3-1 or 2-1 changeup, and he's not the aggressive hitter that we've seen in the past, and that being aggressive to hit home runs. So off-speed pitches, he seems to be waiting a long time for them.
And he grounds that one. Simeon out at second, and that's a double play. Huge double play, and now 2 outs.
Taylor made exactly what the A's had hoped for. Ground ball to Simeon. It's really a tough hop, came up on him a little bit, but handled it well and got it over to Brett Lawrie. And Lawrie, with a very strong third baseman's arm, got rid of it, even with a hard slide coming in by Scope. And I don't think Brett Lawrie, that's a good play. You can see a great shot there with the bad hop, and handled nicely by Marcus Simeon. You get your momentum going towards the bag, you get the bad hop, yet you continue and able to turn the double play. It's a very good play.
Here's Reimold, who takes a fastball inside. Reimold had a base hit in the 2nd. It's this one down the right field line and just into the seats. So 1-1. Orioles looking for a 2-out hit. Strike, and now Mills ahead in the count. 77 miles an hour.
Change up, get it down low. They'll pop it up.
Right center, shallow. Laurie backpedaling, and now Reddick, and Laurie caught it. So, no problem.
Yeah, really?
Just a routine pop-up that Laurie made the catch on. He had it all the way. And the Orioles do not score. So we're on to the 5th. It's the A's 2 and the Orioles nothing. Orioles at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Beautiful ballpark. Been here since 1992, and it still looks as good as ever. It's 24 years old. Can you believe that?
But you know, when it first opened, it was so beautiful, and it's not changed one bit since then.
They really haven't changed a whole lot. There's been some changes around the ballpark. Giant hotel out in left field, way past the stadium. That was not there, but
double-tier bullpens in left center. They usually have Ivy on the batter's eye in center field. That's gone away, probably died, so they took it all down.
There's the warehouse in right field. The B&O warehouse stands for the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Here it is.
I think Ken Griffey Jr. hit it in the All-Star game, home run derby, which is rare. Utah Street is out there. That's where Boog's Barbecue is. That's a landing spot for home runs.
If you hit one out there, if you get anywhere near Utah Street, you've done well.
Yes, you have.
See, short down the right field line, just 318. And that wall in right field, 21 feet high, that's where the out-of-town scores are. So short, but a very high wall. It's always been a hitter's park. And Canna swings and misses at a pitch in the dirt. Just the second strikeout, or stand corrected, the 5th strikeout for. There's the two-tiered bullpens, which are actually pretty good. They don't take up a huge amount of room, and you still have an area up on top, which is a nice standing area. There you see where fans can hang out there, yell stuff at the visiting bullpen, which is the higher of the two, obviously.
Yeah, they did it the right way. Had it at Comerica Park in right field. They took it down, put the bullpens in left field to add more seats in right. I'll say the Angels have the double tier. Philadelphia has one. I think we saw at the new stadium.
Just the one big scoreboard out in right center field. That is fair. The shift was on, and Reddick rolls one down the third base line, and he's going to have a double.
And once again, the pitch outside. And oh, by the way, I think he's going to try to pull the pitch outside. How much do you have to watch Josh Reddick to know he's going to do this? Look at the location of the pitch. And all he did was say, thank you. You got one guy, position me over there. I'll hit it to left field. He did this intentionally. That is smart hitting by Josh Reddick. We saw it in Toronto. We've seen it all season, and he continues to do it.
Somebody keeps writing up the scouting report on Josh Reddick.
I know. Isn't it amazing?
And you and I see him every day.
Yeah.
And we just shake our heads.
And the same people.
It's not the right scouting report.
Same people are putting the scouting reports and the spray charts are seeing the same thing we are.
Let's hope they keep doing it.
Yeah. I mean, but you just have to give Josh Reddick a lot of credit.
Yep. Swing and a miss by Valencia on a high fastball, 89 miles an hour. Valencia hurt his back a little bit. This is a big swing, folks.
Oh, as hard as he swung, he could have hurt his back.
Hurt my back. So he's back in there, down 0-1 in the count. And now it's 0-2 on the outside corner.
And there's the right field shot or pitch outside. And again, they're shifting him kind of to the left side. Scope near second, whole right side of the infield with the exception of Davis, pretty much open.
This one to right field. Parra and Reddick will bluff tagging, but he'll stay there. Parra's got a terrific arm. So Valencia is 0 for 3. 2 away here in the 5th. Parra, one of the better outfielders in all of baseball. Not only catching it, but throwing it. Well, they're not really loosening up a lot right now, but they're getting ready. 94 pitches for Baldo Menes. That's Michael Gibbons. And here's Vogt, who has struck out and hit a fly ball to center field. Late time call.
Stephen Vogt, look at the Caleb Joseph maybe saying something about it, but when a pitcher takes that long, you can only stand there so long, so much time before you eventually ask, and it turned out he just started to throw.
I would think, Ray, the longer you stand there as a hitter, you don't loosen up. You probably grip the bat a little tighter as you stand.
The whole body gets that. Plus, like you said, you think Evan Gattis, he'll turn a bat into sawdust. You think him stand there.
0-2 now to Vogt.
But I think of the great Tony Oliva. I mean, he never stood still. I mean, his bat was always moving, you know. So the pitcher can stand as long as you want, but Tony and there are some hitters that will do something with the bat or the body just to move, keep moving.
Foul straight back. Closing in on 100 pitches is Ubaldo Jimenez. He's kind of been that way. He'll throw a lot of pitches in a short period of time. Blocked nicely. Jimenez is coming off maybe his best start of the year. 8 shutout innings against the Angels. Just 2 hits, but not as sharp today.
This time the curveball blocked nicely by Caleb Joseph, getting his work in. The splitter and the curveball, both pitches that make it tough on a catcher.
And that game was in Anaheim, and it was on Saturday. Right field hit pretty well. Parra's going back, and that baby's gone. Stephen Vogt with a 2-run homer, and the A's lead it 4-0.
There's your 2-out hitting and a big 2-run home run to double the A's lead. Second since the All-Star break for Stephen Vogt. Second this month, and a 2-strike, 2-run home run.
So give Vogt 16 homers and now 62 RBIs and a 4-0 A's lead. First pitch strike to Laurie. 0-2.
Okay, for Stephen Vogt to hit the 2-strike pitch, and I'm sure we'll see it again on a replay, but to pull the ball the way he did, that's what happens with a split if it doesn't split. That split. That was a good.
Rory chased it, but the A's get a big 2-out hit, and it's a 2-run homer by Stephen Vogt. Again, his 16th of the year. So the A's lead 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th.
Sox backpack presented by Chevron Techron Advantage credit card. On Monday, September the 7th, 15,000 fans will receive the stylish, and it is a stylish backpack modeled after the preferred footwear of Sonny and Sogi. Sogi started it all, and everybody wants to copy. Get your Labor Day tickets now at athletics.com/tickets, or you can call 877-493-BALL. How about that? You got Chavez and Sogard.
Who's that in the middle?
That's a pitcher in the middle because he got tennis shoes. Well, Jesse got the long socks on. That's far to the left.
Junior Lake rips one into the left field corner. So Lake will have a leadoff double.
Stephen Vogt, a big 2-run home run, and especially with 2 outs. All 4 runs the A's have scored with 2 outs, and thought it might be a splitter. 2-seamer, and that ball just stayed down. Stephen Vogt dropped the head, and a 2-run shot was the result, and it was a no-doubter. As Parra going back, and he was turning around hoping to carry him off the wall, but deep enough, and the way he swung, got out in front. Just a 2-seamer that didn't do anything, so good swing by Stephen Vogt on the pitch down, especially with 2 strikes.
So leadoff double, here's Caleb Joseph. Joseph rips one toward right. Reddick is there. He's got it. Lake hustles back to tag. He's going to try for third, and he is safe. Barely.
A very strong throw. Any less deep, it would have been an out, but Josh Reddick set up perfectly, and still a very strong, accurate throw. Right there, and the tag held by Valencia just in case the overslide of the bag. And Lake able to keep his foot on the bag. You know, Ty Waller, the A's first base coach, outfield coach, has talked about Josh Reddick and how, even though Reddick has a very strong, accurate arm, he said the one thing they continue to do is work to make sure he stays that way. And we've seen too many outfielders at times that were put working, and as a result, they are not able to continue to throw as well. And I can only think of Jose Canseco. Tony La Russa used to hit fly balls to him, have him throw all the time. And this throw right there, Valencia tagging, but Lake with the speed able to get on the bag and keep his foot on the bag. If you have a great craft, you're able to do something, you have to continue to work at it. And Ty Waller makes sure that Josh Reddick does, and it's kind of a lost art. Bunting and throwing from the outfield. A couple of things that you don't see that much of anymore.
2-1 now to Manny Machado.
There's Ty Waller, first base coach, and as we mentioned, working with the outfielders. He will position the outfielders, and based on the charts and how hitters hit, right now they're straight up in the outfield.
And that's going to be a huge out as Machado, with the runner at third and one out, pops out to the shortstop for the second out.
Hey, Brad Mills has done an outstanding job of making pitches with runners in scoring position. Of course, he has another big out now with Parra, the lefty, but he's made very, very good pitches, and he has had some trouble each of the last 4 innings now, counting this inning. He had a 1-2-3 first inning, but this pitch to Machado, he wanted to hit it 9 miles, and it was up just enough and kept it on the infield to keep the runner from scoring.
Parra has popped out to second and grounded out to second. And hit. So Parra hit by a pitch, and now the runners will be at first and third for Jones.
Just trying to pitch inside with a fastball, maybe to set up something else outside and in the midsection.
Parra, he crowds the plate a little bit.
That's what Gary Renicky had to do, who entered the Orioles Hall of Fame. John Lowenstein, Renicky was told to hit more home runs, so he had to crowd the plate, which meant he's going to get hit more. Adam Jones, a big strikeout victim, and a changeup 0-2 in his second at bat. Popped up to second in the first inning.
First pitch, changeup, and a swing and a miss. 77 miles an hour for Brad Mills.
I've always thought lefties have the best changeup, right over the top, pull the string, and man, if you're a hitter, you're seeing that what looked like a fastball, and it comes in about 10 miles an hour slower. You're going to commit, be out in front, just as Adam Jones was.
That one is drilled down the left field line, gone.
Should have gone back to changeup. Wow.
So just like that, it's 4-3.
Wow. That was the concern right there, because Adam Jones had not looked very, very good. And he tried to go inside, and tell you how many times you see where you try to go in and you miss, and it ends up down the middle of the plate. He got to extend his arms, and that was after the changeup. And this being a great hitter's park, and Jones being a great hitting home run hitter. Number 20.
Well, you saw Stephen Vogt set up, and then when he went to catch it, he was actually backhanding it. So that tells you how much Mills missed his target when the ball was right out over the plate.
You know, Cap, unfortunately, it tells you how many times that you try to go inside and make a mistake, and the result is usually that.
Happens all the time.
Yeah.
Not just to Brad Mills.
Oh, no.
To the good pitchers.
Absolutely. I mean, if you could look at every home run that's hit and how many times you see the catcher set up inside and the mistakes that are made. They miss.
Two and one to Chris Davis. So 3-1 now to Davis. For the Orioles, that's team home run number 146. They're fourth in the American League in that category. They're seventh in the league in total runs scored. And there's a base hit against the shift.
You got to keep shifting. That's two. He'll do that.
Chris Davis 2 for 3. Now here's the home run. Now watch where Vogt sets up, and then watch where his glove is when contact is made. He goes to backhand it. That's how far outside it was.
Almost down the middle of the plate. Basically down the middle of the plate. and that's why the majority of home runs that are ever hit are mistake pitches.
Kurt Young trying to slow things down for Brad Mills, who had done a pretty nice job through 4 innings. As Ray said, pitched out of traffic, in and out of traffic some, but still was 1 out away from getting out of it here in the 5th, but could not do it.
That was just the 97th home run given up by the A's pitchers. Tied for the fewest in the American League. Houston 96, the A's 96, now the A's 97. Kansas City 97, everybody else over 100.
Yeah.
So they had been very good in that department, have been all season. But the one thing you hoped you would not give up was a 3-run shot.
Scope swings and misses. Scope has grounded to short, and he has singled tonight. The Orioles do not steal any bases. They're last in the American League in steals. They don't walk a lot. So they're really built for the home run. And even with Nelson Cruz gone from last year, Nick Markakis gone, they still hit a lot of home runs. Hit to right field. Into the corner goes Reddick, and he makes the catch in fair territory. Side retired. Adam Jones does damage. His 20th home run of the year. It's a 3-run shot. So as we go to the 6th inning, it's now A's 4, Orioles 3.
Coliseum, August the 18th. The Mark McGwire bobblehead giveaway driven by Chevrolet. Big Mac will be there as the Dodgers will be in town, and the A's will honor his great career. The A's career, that is. The all-time A's home run leader helped the A's reach 3 straight World Series from 1988-1990 and win the title in 1989. For tickets, you can call 877-493-BALL or visit athletics.com, and we hope you're there to receive the bobblehead and see the A's return to the Coliseum and see one left-hander, Clayton Kershaw, who's scheduled to pitch that game. We'll see who the A's will be featuring. With the Orioles right now featuring a new pitcher, Michael Gibbons.
That young right-hander. 3-quarter delivery when it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Gibbons has been up and down from the minor leagues to the big leagues this year. His 3rd stop in the big leagues, but just his 5th appearance. And he takes over for Ubaldo Jimenez, who gives up 9 hits, 4 runs in 5 innings, throws 102 pitches. So it's on to the bullpen for the Orioles.
And probably the bullpen for the Athletics as well. Gibbons a good fastball, mid-90s, and sinker slider. A couple of different fastballs. There's one on the mid-90s. Occasion throw a change up. Brad Mills would like to have the fastball back. Did he try to get inside? Left it out just enough that it's hit hard down the line. And again, with the low fences here at Oriole Park and Camden Yards, doesn't take much to get over.
Butler swings and misses, and Billy Butler is retired for the first time. One out in the top of the 6th inning.
I think Billy might have been looking for something else with this swing. It's kind of a protecting swing with no contact.
I think you're right.
I don't know why. I mean, Gibbons is pretty much a fastball pitcher, but swung like he felt something else was coming.
Here's Coco Crisp, who has singled, doubled, and knocked it away. The Orioles bullpen is consisting of 4 right-handers, 3 left-handers. Group ERA of 2.74, 3rd best in the American League. So they've done a good job this year. They traded away one of their guys, Tommy Hunter, at the trade deadline. He got traded to the Cubs. But overall, a good group. So they're ready. Zach Britton, the left-hander, is their closer. Coco on the ground toward Hardy. Slides to his right and then throws out Coco Crisp for the second out. And Simeon will step in. Ray, I think we should pass along maybe the best of luck to, I don't know if you saw it or not, but John Farrell.
Yes.
Stage 1 lymphoma was announced before the game today. The manager of the Boston Red Sox. He's going to begin chemotherapy next week. He will not manage the Red Sox the rest of the year. Torey Lovullo will take over and be in charge. So we wish John Farrell the best of luck and hope everything works out for him.
Yeah, that's too bad because such a nice guy, nice man, and we do hope that all things do work out. And
he said he felt fine, felt healthy, strong, but
been a tough season for the Red Sox, and a lot of their players they signed in the offseason have not performed up to expectations. Pitching staff, the whole thing, but they thought they would go from last to first to last back to first, but they might go last to first, last to last if they don't pick it up. And now without their manager, John Farrell, good one, Cleveland organization, and then I'm sure Terry Francona is feeling it. He was his pitching coach when Tito was in Boston and John was in Toronto, became manager. Actually, I think the Blue Jays got a player for Farrell, who left the Blue Jays.
Mike Aviles.
Yeah, he had a year left on his contract.
So
rare that you see that happen, but we do wish him well.
1-2 pitch, just a little bit low, 95 miles an hour from that arm slot. Could make Michael Gibbons tough to hit.
If you're right-hander, you better think outside and hope he doesn't pitch inside, and that's where Caleb Joseph is set up.
That one is lined toward right center. Parra cannot get it, and it goes past him, and it goes all the way to the base of the wall. And Simeon will head around second. He'll go to third. He'll slide in, and he is safe with a triple.
Well, tell you, that's again Marcus Simeon doing what you hoped he would do. Center field with a base hit, a walk, and then a fastball away. Head down, stayed on it, and did not really slice that much back to Parra, but got a glove. Probably should have caught it. Did not. Jones backing up.
You know, he didn't even have his arm extended.
No.
I think he would tell you he should have caught that.
Yeah, I think he should have caught it. But Marcus Simeon, once he saw it was going to drop, He has tremendous speed, able to get to third easily on his own, and that's when a runner can go to third on his own without looking to the third base coach because the ball's in front of him.
So triple number 4. But on the first pitch, Burns grounds out to the pitcher. So Semien is stranded after the triple. Bottom of the 6th coming up from Camden Yards. It's the A's 4 and the Orioles 3.
Mills making the start. Sonny Gray back spasms and good changeup. As Walter Jimenez got a 2-run home run to Stephen Vogt. That would make it 4-0. All 4 coming with 2 outs. That was big because of what would happen shortly thereafter, and that was this. After hitting the left-hander power, Adam Jones, who missed the first pitch changeup, got a fastball supposed to be in. It was not. A 3-run home run, his 20th of the season. That's where we are. 10 hits for the A's, 4 runs. Orioles with 7 hits and 3 runs. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PICK-AT&T, mobilizing your work.
So when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Evan Scribner comes in here in the 6th inning. So indeed, a bullpen game now for both teams. A battle of the pens. Scribner comes in for his 47th appearance, and he'll face Hardy, Reimold, and Light. So the A's with a 4-3 lead here in the 6th. So Brad Mills throws 78 pitches. And the home run, the only damage done, but it was a big one. So a walk and a strikeout for Mills. And he's going to need a big effort from his bullpen to get the win. And he does leave with the 4-3 lead. Quick 0-2 to J.J. Hardy. Hardy has singled and hit into a double play.
Well, Brad was saying that his dad Mark and his mother Cindy said his mother Cindy might not watch the game because she gets very nervous when he pitches. So now she can get nervous for the next 12 hours, hoping that A's can hang on and win and get the son another victory against the Orioles. Good start for Scribner in the 6th inning.
So one away for Reimold. Some of the other games going on that Blue Jays still leading 3-0 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Leading the Yankees behind David Price. So the first pitch to Reimold stays inside. Even though the Yankees are a half game back in the division, they do lead the wild card race. They're the #1 wild card team. They're up 2.5 on the second wild card team, which right now is the Angels. Angels are in Kansas City, leading 1-0 in the top of the 4th inning. That's Weaver and Duffy, the matchup there. Angels got a huge win last night. 4 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, and that's off the Royals bullpen. And that just does not happen. More action. Semien, ball stays down. He stays with it. 2 outs. And Junior Lake will hit.
Yeah, that ball took a little bit of a bad hop. He went over to his right, had to reach back to the left. And nice play, set himself up nicely. Got the good grip, 4-seam grip, and nice throw to Mark Canna. So Semien busy tonight. Couple of hits, single, walk, and a triple, and flawless baseball at shortstop. And actually, A's have been playing better defense lately. And I think that part of the game is improving. And I think the biggest thing, if once an error is made, if a pitcher cannot allow a run to score, because that will become an unearned run, something that's haunted the A's all season.
Yeah, I got 49 unearned runs for the A's. There's the tight American League wild card race. Look at Yankees, Angels are your top 2 teams. Then the Rays 2 back, Orioles 2.5, Twins 3, Rangers 3.5, Tigers 5. So that whole mess right there is going to go right down to the end.
Well, any of those teams in the wild card race, they're all wanting to win the division because they know that one game is horrible to think about, trying to win just to advance to a 5-game series.
And really the teams on that list, the East is, the East is still close enough where you got a race. Obviously the Astros, Angels, Rangers, that's close. The Central, well, it's an 11-game lead for the Royals. So
yeah,
Twins, Tigers. Should probably think about the wild card. Tigers got Miguel Cabrera back today.
Yeah.
He's been out since July 3rd.
Probably hit 3 home runs tonight.
Yeah.
he could fall out of bed, swing a bat that's unbelievable.
But if you look at those standings, and listen, most teams have 45, 48, 49 games left. In those standings, any of those teams that are behind, if you win 5-6 games in a row, you'll be right there again.
That's right.
And there's enough time to still do that.
Well, that's a big statement from the Yankees. Of course, they're in a tough spin right now, but Hal Steinbrenner, he made a good point. He said if this was the last week of September, that's one thing. It's not. It's still August with the mid-40s games to play. A lot can happen. And Blue Jays on an unbelievable pace right now, similar to what the Angels did last year when they flew by everybody in the West the second half of the season.
2-2 the count.
An American League All-Star with an Orioles cap. That young man's all decked out.
Foul out. Junior Lake. He is decked out and ready to go. 2-2. Pretty good take. Astros and the Tigers are scoreless in the bottom of the 3rd. That's Simon and Keuchel. Keuchel looking for his 14th win of the year. Rays leading the Rangers 3-2 in the 4th. That's a big game in that wild card group that we just showed you. Carnes and Perez pitching there. Lake just got a piece of it.
Good cut fastball from Scribner, and you're right. Lake just barely hit it off the end of the bat.
The ninth pitch of this at bat. Good battle. Scribner and Lake. High and foul again.
In the standings, the Chicago Cubs in the Central Division of the National League. Cubs under Joe Madden, his first year managing the Cubs.
They're playing great.
The Cardinals probably going to win the division, but there might be a couple of wild cards. Pirates playing well. Cubs playing well.
The three best records in the National League, Ray, are St. Louis, Pittsburgh, and Chicago.
All in the
same division. Another foul ball, and again in the seats. And the Cubs are red hot. They've won 7 in a row. Actually, they won again today. They beat the White Sox. So the battle in the Windy City. So the Cubbies have won 8 in a row. They're 66 and 48 in third place. So they're playing great. A lot of young players. We'll see if
they would love to play the wild card game.
Yes, they would. That's exactly right.
Just to get in any kind of postseason. Pitch number 11 right now. Curveball. Good one, but fouled off again. So that's 11. 12 coming up to Lake.
We mentioned that the Orioles traded Tommy Hunter to the Cubs, and this is who they got back, Junior Lake. Foul back again. This time a high fastball. Lake putting on a little show in the batter's box, which I'm not sure that's completely necessary.
Well, there were 7 pitches thrown to Hardy and Reimold to get 2 ground balls to shortstop. Scribner, a little cutter outside corner, maybe a little bit farther than when he fouled one off a few pitches ago, and see if we can get it done.
Pitch number 13 coming up, and he got him swinging. So Scribner wins the battle. Lake not happy, but that's okay. And we are headed to the 7th. It's 4-3 A's lead. A strong fan, you might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Tonight's fan photo is from Matt Tingy from Dublin. I hope I said your name right. If I didn't, I apologize. So here at Camden Yards in Baltimore, very nice crowd tonight. Not a sellout, but there are fireworks after the game. Ray mentioned it briefly. Before the game, a very nice ceremony as 3 former players went into the Baltimore Orioles Hall of Fame, and they did a nice job. Melvin Mora was one of them.
How many? What's it? Quintuples?
Yeah, 5. And I remember that.
That's
Melvin
right.
Mora and his wife had 5 at one time, and they were all here tonight. And now they're 5 beautiful kids. They're teenagers.
Yeah, that was great.
And everybody here in Baltimore remembers when the Morris had 5 kids at one time.
And the nice thing also, he lives in the area, he works in the community, and you know, he's really giving back a lot. Very appreciative of the Orioles and the Orioles fans, and
he was a good player too, Mel.
Very good. Yeah, he was gritty and
tough out.
Very tough out. Very played different positions.
Michael Gibbons stays out there, and the pitch is inside. The other two gentlemen, Gary Renicky and John Lowenstein, and they are forever linked, aren't they? And they started something.
Yeah, the greatest platoon ever created before the platoon system became in vogue. And that was the late Hall of Fame manager Earl Weaver, who created that platoon system, and they were great.
Left field?
Left field. Memorial Stadium. As Earl Weaver, he would have been 85 today.
That's right.
His birthday would have been today, or is today. Unfortunately passed away, but Earl Weaver, the all-time winningest manager in Orioles history.
Hands in the back pockets.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was a beauty. He managed the 70 All-Star games, right? And every time he go to the mound, different pitcher, and he goes, "Can't he get anybody out?" And it just didn't happen. But John Lowenstein, one of the characters in the game, and we were teammates in Cleveland, and he was just one of those guys that you never knew. Very dry humor, and probably one of the greatest moments of his career. Scared everybody absolutely to death at Memorial Stadium. When something happened, I don't know if he had a collision or he got hit, and the place went quiet. They took him out on the stretcher. They took the stretcher out, and the whole place was just deathly silent. And as he approached the dugout, he lifted his arm straight up and said, "I'm okay."
Sounds like
him. That was him. I mean, he played it right to the end. He knew when he was close to the dugout, and those people were just on their seats, just waiting, hoping he was okay. And he just jumped up and said, "I'm fine." That was fine.
He was an Oriole broadcaster for a little while as well, as Canna strikes out. So first out here in the 7th inning, and that'll bring up Reddick.
That's a front door slider. That's a good one from this hard throw. We talk about outside as Simeon went to right field. That was the slider indoor. Front door, I don't know if it's the cutter, but more of a slider. It started well, and that man has a very good arm.
Reddick goes after the first pitch, and he's retired. So 2 outs. That's Melvin Moore right there with the orange tie on, and he's got lots of family and friends around him.
The jacket, he came out in a nice suit, took the jacket off, and they put the Orioles Hall of Fame jacket on. Angels do a very good job. They have the red jackets whenever they induct their players into the Hall of Fame. Did I hear correctly? Something like 54 members of the Orioles in the Orioles Hall of Fame. Is that right? Some number like that? I mean, it's a large number. Of course, they've had a great history since 1954. And of course, Brooks Robinson, Frank Robinson, all Boog Powell on the field.
Right, Boog Powell was down. Al Bumbry.
Yeah. Jim Palmer. Eddie Murray, all the Hall of Famers, of course. The numbers retired up in the left field. Cal Ripken Jr. There are the numbers. Frank Robinson, Brooks Robinson, Earl Weaver, Jim Palmer.
They indeed have had a terrific history, even though it may not be as long as a lot of teams. With the St. Louis Browns before they moved.
Eddie Murray is 33, Cal Ripken Jr. 8. And then center field, they have the statues of all those great players. And they unveiled Frank Robinson's while we were in town a few years back.
It's a nice area out there. It's a big standing area. Walk around, sit down, have something to eat if you want. 1-2 to Valencia.
I've just given here 52 before this year, so now 55 Orioles Hall of Fame members. 55. Some great names. And unlike the Yankees, they're not retiring all their numbers, so that means there's some single-digit numbers still available.
Orioles have won 3 World Series, 66, 70, and 83. So it's been a while.
Yeah.
Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Valencia flips his bat at home plate. He's chewing on Carapazza pretty good. And to the umpire's credit, he's just walking away. So that's how the inning ends. 7th inning stretch from Baltimore, and the A's hanging on to a 4-3 lead.
CSN California is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
Hey, let's take a look at tomorrow's pitching probables, brought to you by Chevron. Chris Bassett for the A's and Miguel Gonzalez for the Orioles. Our coverage starts at 3:30 here on CSN California with A's pregame live. And then the ball game a little after 4 California time. So that'll be game 2 of this 4-game series. Good game tonight as it's the bottom of the 7th inning. The A's hanging on to a 4-3 lead. Evan Scribner had a nice 3-up, 2-down 6th inning, so he's back out there. And little John Denver, as they do in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Thank God I'm a country boy. That's it.
Fans here at Camden Yards, they know it's coming. They wait for it, and they love it. They sing along. And
just like the national anthem, when it comes to "Oh," this place erupts with "Oh." Say, can you see?
It's always a pretty good scene here at Camden Yards. It's a good fan base, and they have a good time at the ballpark.
Well, if you ever come to the Baltimore area, take the water taxi over to Fort McHenry. Learn a lot about the good old American flag and the national anthem, and that's a great sightseeing tour when you come to Baltimore. But 7th inning stretch is always, thank God I'm a country.
So Scribner back to work. He'll face Caleb Joseph, Manny Machado, and Gerardo Parra. He's 9 more outs out of their bullpen is what they need. Well, Joseph steps in. He's hit a couple of fly balls to right field.
Hit that big 2-run home run at the Coliseum, a bullet to left center. So to see him go to right field is always good because he has power, as he has hit 10 now on the season.
0-1 pitch right on the corner. It's 0-2. Matt Wieters tweaked his hamstring a little bit on Tuesday. He has not played since, and Orioles really trying to keep him off the disabled list, but I don't know if we'll see him in this series.
Another catcher, Clevenger, who's been brought up. They do not want to put Wieters on the disabled list. We're looking at the 14th of August, so Suzuki can increase the rosters to a 40-man roster if you're so inclined to do. September the 1st.
But a decent bat that I said, you're not sure if he's probably not going to play tomorrow or so. I don't know. Maybe late in the series you'd see him, but you got to be careful with him.
There's coming from the dugout that last pitch, and Valencia was upset that he was called out on a strike, and somebody must have said something from the dugout because Vic Carapazza took off his mask and looked at the dugout.
Left field, Coco on the move. He'll get there and make the catch. So one out here in the bottom of the 7th, and now the top of the order in Machado. Well, as you look at the lineup, Ray, and it's not going to be easy to do, but what you'd like to see is this be the last time you face Machado and Parra and Jones, and it is possible, but ideally keep some base runners off.
Ideally have Jones leading off next inning since he's the third due up, get the first 2 out, and we've seen it in the past where the bullpen of the A's just mows through the lineup, and Scribner is trying to do it for the 2nd inning.
Simeon backhands, straightens up. His throw is off the glove of Canna, and Machado's going to be saved. So it'll be interesting to see on the replay if Canna makes that play. Is Machado out? And I think he may have been.
I think he would have been. And Marcus Simeon, we have seen him go to the hole and not try to throw an airmail, throwing it into the ground, and 2 hops, and it would have been close. And I think a lot of this is try to avoid airmailing the ball. So Marcus, ideally, he's going to work to get 1 hop, and it was off the glove and probably would have been out. So good job by Evan Scribner.
So Scribner is out. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune Up. It's your oil change, tune up, and brake experts. We'll be back.
Chevron on Saturday, August the 22nd. All are encouraged to wear your Star Wars costumes and enjoy the post-game show from the outfield grass. Though space is limited, purchase a special ticket package to receive an R2-D2 beanie. Visit athletics.com/Star Wars for more information. August 22nd, that will be a week from tonight. And the A's are back at the Coliseum, taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. So good homestand with the Dodgers in for 2, the Rays in for 3. And fireworks on Saturday. That's it. 22nd will be a week from tomorrow. Saturday. Tonight's Friday.
So Abad in to face Parra. Fernando Abad last pitched on Sunday against the Astros. He was the winning pitcher. Let's see what. So he has had 4 days off. Parra 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the 5th. Lefty on lefty. Parra, a .258 hitter against left-handed pitching. So respectable numbers for Parra.
Great numbers for Fernando Abad, and I'd like to continue that tonight, especially against this lefty. He's got the righty Jones, the lefty Davis in that order, should they all come up.
And that one off Canna's glove, and it rolls into shallow right field. And that's going to allow Machado to go to third. Canna got a glove on it. And getting a glove on it may have hurt the A's. Because it slowed it down and Reddick couldn't get to it.
Well, it's coming off the back diving, and Reddick, you can see him in right field as he started to go after the ball, but it was slowed down by Canna, and no chance for Brett Lawrie to get to it quickly enough to keep Machado from going to third. So really a ball that could have been handled maybe for an out with Machado on the 2 bounce from Simeon, and now Parra with a ball hit off the glove of Canna at first.
So that'll bring up Adam Jones. First and third, 1 out. A's up by 1. So this crowd is starting to get into it. First pitch hit hard, and it's just foul.
This is what has made it a 1-run game. Stephen Vogt way inside the pitch, way outside, and extending the arms was Adam Jones. Down to 333 down the left field line over the fence, and a 3-run home run make it a 1-run game. Well, if you really want the ideal situation, how about a 6-4-3 double play? A's are playing for 2.
Well, this one is popped up. Vogt coming back, but it'll be into the seats. So Abad ahead in the count, 0-2 to Adam Jones, with Chris Davis the on-deck hitter. Abad needs a ground ball or a strikeout. This one's hit in the air, shallow center. Tagging up is Machado, and Burns has it. Machado is going to come home. The throw is there, and it's off the glove of Vogt, and we're tied.
Looked like he had it, and maybe trying to make contact. The ball popped out of his glove. Shallow fly ball. It looked like Machado was coming down the line, might have stopped and then continued. Brett Lawrie going out. Coming in was Billy Burns. Strong throw, and just up the line enough to tag, and the ball came out of his glove. You know, watching Billy Burns, he did not come out of the with it cleanly, and Stephen Vogt really never had it in his glove. I thought contact, but closed his glove a little bit quickly right there, had it snow cone, and really never had it to have it dislodged from his glove on the throw from Billy Burns.
So a sacrifice fly. Parra goes to second, so that's a big play. And here's Chris Davis. So the Orioles have tied it here in the bottom of the 7th. Davis is 2 for 3 in the game. Swing and a miss, and now it's 0-2. That's Darren O'Day, the sidewinding right-hander.
All of a sudden, Chris Davis with the lefty trying to lift everything and pull it, unlike what he did in his last 2 at-bats, going to left field. See if he changes his swing to try to do that, especially with the runner at second.
slider lays off that. 1-2. Fernando Rodriguez was warming up in the A's bullpen. So that run, Machado scoring, is charged to Scribner. Foul straight back to fastball.
Rob Miller trying to find a way to. They had a 4-0 lead. Saw it disappear quickly, and now it's to Adam Jones. It's Jones driven in 4 runs to make it a tie game.
So 1-2. Power, good speed at second, and the pitch fouled straight back, and that one was one to hit for Davis.
And he's shaking his head, thinking the same thing. Because that was a pitch. He probably would have hit it to left field, too, had he made contact to put the ball in play.
Another 1-2, and again foul. Rolls toward the A's dugout.
Davis batting average coming into tonight's game is .253, but when you have the power that he has, 31 and 83, you can afford to hit .250 or thereabouts and know that you're going to get the production with the home runs and the RBI.
Davis is second in the American League in RBIs, tied for third in home runs. The only guy with more RBIs is Donaldson. He's got 85. Home runs wise, Cruz has 34, Trout 33, and then Donaldson and Davis 31. So another 1-2 pitch coming up from Abad.
Didn't they just talk about it? I thought they just talked about what they were going to throw.
I always figured if you go out there and talk about it, why not just say, let's throw this?
Yeah.
And then just go back behind home plate and
not even give a sign.
Exactly.
But maybe Stephen Moore want to make sure, since Abad crossed up Fegley 3 consecutive pitches. He wanted to make sure. Here's the sign, just in case you didn't remember what we talked about.
Vogt wants to go this time. Running through the sign. And that one is hit high and deep, and you have got to be kidding me. Look out on Utah Street. That one's still rolling.
But evidently they didn't get together on the signs. It took 2 trips to the mound and got a hanging breaking ball, and Chris Davis finally got one. Or is that a changeup? That was something, but was off speed, and this thing was a moonshot. And there's another Utah streak. Came close to being the warehouse.
So 3 runs in the inning, and it's a 6-3 lead now or 6-4 lead for the Orioles. That was a long one, folks.
And the one thing Fernando Abad had talked to him in Toronto, and his success, you saw the consecutive innings without allowing a run. Of course, that ended with these two being his, the Parra base hit and the 2-run home run. But he said after the Stephen Drew home run in New York, where they wanted to change up 3-2, turned out to be a big run. He said the reason he's had success is because he's not throwing anything soft to lefties. But he just did.
Yes, he did.
He just did, and he'd been throwing hard sliders and everything hard, and that one was either changeup or slider that didn't do anything, and it just got right into the bat speed of Chris Davis, and he crushed it. And here it is, and that's a slider, and that's a nothing slider. He didn't, maybe tried to throw it hard, just didn't work out, but it stayed in the middle of the plate.
Oh, it's too bad, Ray, too. You're ahead in the count. There's not a runner at third, so you don't have to, if the ball goes past the catcher, okay, he goes from second to third. So you can throw it hard. You can throw it in the dirt.
Absolutely. And, and we talk about chase pitches. That's a great time. Try to get him to chase. If he hits in left field, tip your hat to him. But it looked like in the at-bat by Chris Davis, he had no intention of trying to do anything but pull the ball, and he got a pitch that he could pull.
And then he walks Stoke. So the inning continues. And Mahika quickly warming up. So Abad has faced 4 hitters. It's gone single, sac fly, homer, walk. And Bob Melvin has seen enough. And the Orioles have taken the lead. So that'll do it for Abad. And Mahika's coming in. And it's now the Orioles with a 6-4 lead here in the bottom of the 7th. Annual Breast Cancer Awareness Day presented by Zevia, the zero-calorie soda, and supported in part by Athena Bottled Water, Nelson Staffing, Comerica Bank, and State Roofing Systems of San Leandro. Prior to the game, 10,000 fans will receive a breast cancer awareness scarf courtesy of Zevia. To join the fight, purchase your special tickets now at athletics.com/survivor. So bottom of the 7th, and the new pitcher for the A's is Edward Mahika. So Mahika just trying to get the A's back in the dugout. There are 2 outs. Scope at first and Hardy the hitter. First pitch to Hardy. Bounce towards Simeon. Simeon will flip to second side, retired, but a 3 spot for the Orioles, and they now will take a 6-4 lead into the 8th inning. On CSN California is brought to you by Sonoma Raceway. All roads lead to wine country for the Verizon IndyCar Series season finale. It's August 28th through the 30th at Sonoma Raceway. Visit racesonoma.com for tickets. Sweet mustache by that guy. Can't see his phone, but the mustache looks good.
It's itching too.
He does not look comfortable. But it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. It's your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Darren O'Day comes in. What a year for O'Day. 5-1. Look at the ERA. 56 strikeouts in 43 in the 3rd innings. So a career year for Darren O'Day. First pitch is outside to Vogt. Vogt, Laurie, and Butler here in the top of the 8th. For the first time trailing in this game. They had a 4-0 lead. Slider snaps in their first strike. 1-1 count.
That's the tough part, to have a 4-0 lead and you're trying to mix and match and take it to the 9th inning and try to get a win in the opener of the series, and all of a sudden 2 crooked numbers. 6 runs total, and you're looking at the back end of a pretty good bullpen.
Vogt gets things going here in the 8th with the leadoff single. So Stephen Vogt is 2 for 4. And that'll bring up Laurie.
Well, that's a good start in the sidewinder with a backdoor slider. Submarine pitchers always try to do something against lefties that's a little bit different, like sliders or change-ups.
So Laurie steps in. He's 1 for 3. He singled and scored in the 2nd. Since then, he has struck out twice. Good pitch there by O'Day. We showed you O'Day's numbers and how good they are. He was an all-star this year.
He was. Yep. And more you're seeing setup men, relievers, make it into the all-star game, so a manager can Say to a reliever, hurry up and get, or somebody in the bullpen, you have a lot of starters, it takes longer. But a reliever can get ready quickly. And
I need to get a right-hand hitter out. Do I have a guy down there?
Right.
Yes, I do. Darren O'Day.
Ned Yost, the manager of the American League this year, Bruce Bochy, National League. American League got it again.
2-pitch way outside. Interesting development north of the border, Ray. It was 3-0 Blue Jays going to the top of the 8th inning, and the Yankees scored 4 times in the top of the 8th. The final 3 coming on a 3-run homer by Carlos Beltran. David Price out of the game. The home run did not come off Price, but the Yankees now lead 4-3 going to the 9th inning as Laurie strikes out. So 1 out here in the 8th inning. Hey, we got in-depth sports news for the Bay Area fan. Know it all with Sportsnet Central. It's brought to you by Hyundai, and it's tonight at 10:30, and it's on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. We got Rams and Raiders highlights from the Coliseum. Of course, PGA going on and Whistling Straits in Wisconsin. And Steph's big day on the links. It's worth watching. It's good stuff. Henry Wolford and Dave Feldman will host. So with 1 out, Ike Davis is going to hit. Davis hitting for Butler. That says that Davis went around.
And he's looking at him. Check the bat's got to kind of hug the shoulder, see if it goes forward with the head. I guess
not a swing.
It's not a swing. I mean, when your bat's attached to your left arm as you're swinging through, it's hard to make it a call, but it was.
Pop up into foul territory is Machado. He has it. So that's 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. And here's Coco Crisp. So that game in Toronto is now in the top of the 9th inning.
The Blue Jays with a half-game lead starting play tonight.
Yes.
First of 10 meetings. Of course, a big weekend series that was a sellout yesterday. The series finale against the A's, and then expected 3 games this weekend.
Coco takes sinker low. Coco's had a good ball game. Single, double, ground out. He's knocked in a run.
Maybe it's the batting gloves. He wasn't wearing them yesterday, so he decided to put on the batting gloves, add a little more pine tar.
Coco has a big rip, and the time is 1-1.
It's kind of an upshoot ball. Just seemed to rise, and he started down so low that it ended up about head high with Coco.
So, Ray, dig back into your great A's memory. I remember Coco hitting a home run off Darren O'Day a couple of years ago in this ballpark, and it was a big home run late in the game. That's right. Maybe not last year, maybe the year before. Not this time. It's rolled to Scope. Scoops, throws, side retired.
Scoop throws.
That's right.
Good.
I've been working on that one. So a leadoff hit by Vogt. The A's can do nothing with it, and we're going to the bottom of the 8th. This game summary is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Started well for the A's. He's had a 4-0 lead going to the bottom of the 5th, but the Orioles with 3 in the 5th, 3 in the 7th, and they lead 6-4 going to the bottom of the 8th. Brad Mills pitched 5 innings. He left with the lead. Stephen Vogt hit a home run. That was in the 5th inning. Adam Jones, a big 3-run shot. Chris Davis, a long 2-run home run. So the Orioles doing what they do best. They hit the long ball, especially in this ballpark. So 6-4, bottom of the 8th. A's will get one more crack at the Orioles bullpen. Mahika's first pitch to Nolan Reimold is in first round. Reimold, Lake, and Joseph, the bottom 3 in the order. So Mills gave up 3 earned runs. Scribner gave up a run. Abad gave up 2 runs. And now it's 3-0. That is Zach Britton, and he's the closer for the Orioles.
He's pretty good. As a matter of fact, he's better than good. He's great.
He's all-star.
Came in against the A's and mowed him down for 2 1/3 innings.
Mahika, after throwing the pitch, fell down. Let's hope he's okay. Vote. We have to check on him now. The training staff and the manager is going to come out. Assistant trainer Walt Horn will check on him.
He's saying before they get out that he's okay, but left ankle collapsed.
So the count 3-1. Reimold is 1 for 3 in the game. It's hit hard into left field for a hit. So each team now with 11 hits in the game.
It's almost after you trip or you slip with the foot, you almost kind of guided the ball and threw the ball down the middle, and Reimold did not miss it. And that's a pretty good job of saying, okay, I'm going to look for a certain pitch. He's just fallen down and maybe just trying to avoid falling down again, and Reimold didn't miss it.
So Junior Lake hits for the 4th time, 1 for 3 with a double. He doubled and scored in the 5th. Royals leading the Angels 3-1 in the bottom of the 6th in Kansas City, and the Tigers leading the Astros 1-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Astros with a 1.5 game lead over the Angels in the West. Angels, the 2nd wild card team right now in the American League. Lake had a 13 pitch at bat against Scribner in the 6th inning, and he ended up striking out.
And everything looked good at that time. He's with a lead, and just did not go well for the A's after that. Has not gone well. The A's scored early but have not scored late. And now they have faced one of the best closers in the game coming in the 9th.
Charges. He's going to go across the diamond, and they just got Lake at first, who runs very well. It is a productive out, though, as Reimold gets to second base.
Like Valencia thought about cutting in front, but it was going to be one play anyway, and Simeon a nice play as he's continued to have a good night defensively.
So here's Caleb Joseph. In the 9th inning, A's will have Simeon, Burns, and Canna after Canna, Reddick. It's blocked by Vogt. They're now in the bottom of the ninth in Toronto. I think Andrew Miller, closer for the Yankees, is on, trying to finish off what would be a heck of a come-from-behind win for the Yankees. Trailing 3-0 in the eighth with David Price on the mound. And probably the biggest regular season game in Toronto in a long time. Now there's still lots of games to be played this year, but up until this point.
See the note that the last time they were in first place this late in the season was the last time they won the World Series.
93.
Yeah, 93. I figured over 7,000 games. And then they could
looking up in the standings.
They could lose it tonight. That lead.
Two-one pitch is foul and a broken bat for Caleb Joseph. The Rays leading the Rangers 3-2, sixth inning. Both those teams very much alive in the wild card race. That's a big series. We'll see those Rays coming up. Am I correct, Ray?
Yes, indeed. Next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, after the Dodgers in town. In fact, the Saturday, a week from tomorrow, will be the 22nd, and the fireworks, the 5th fireworks show. That will be against the Rays.
Simeon backhands. He's going to throw to third. The tag. Did they get him? They did. So nice play by Simeon. Valencia hustled over there, and they put the tag on Nolan Reimold, and takes a runner out of scoring position. So an important play.
This is your chance to meet ace second baseman Eric Sogard. Eric will be signing autographs at the Xfinity store at 31055 Courthouse Drive in Union City. That'll be August 22nd. That's next Saturday from 11 a.m. till noon. This opportunity is limited to the first 150 fans, so make sure to get there early. 31055 Courthouse Drive in Union City. When you get there to get your autograph, ask them about those socks.
Yeah. When did it all start?
Sogi, you're wearing some cool socks. Where'd you get them?
I may ask him. Just like that.
Started a trend.
Canna runs out of room. Ends up down there.
The greatest equipment manager of all time, Steven Vucevic, has to go out and buy some socks because one second baseman liked them and everybody else wanted them. Vuce had to put in the order. So Vuce did it, as all good equipment managers do.
Yeah, he worked so hard on it, he had to take this trip off. So socks really wore Vuce out, so he said, I cannot make it this trip.
That's a good one.
Yeah, guys getting tired quickly. Can't make these road trips.
We have to find out when the next time Vuce leaves California. Brian Davis doing a great job on this trip. Toronto, Baltimore, Monday night game, fly across the country for Tuesday night. Brian will be setting up the kitchen at the Coliseum about 10 in the morning. He goes straight from the airport to the park.
Two and two to Machado. A single and a walk, been on base a couple of times. This one's popped up left side of the diamond. I think it's right at Valencia. And he's got it, and the side is retired. So we're going to the ninth inning. The All-Star Britain coming in. A's trail by 2.
hoping it's going to be one of your A's players, but so far it's this man right here, the big man. Chris Davis off Fernando Ball with a 1-2, something that just left the yard quickly, hit Utah Street, and that was one that would give the Orioles a 6-4 lead. Adam Jones with 4 ribbies, 3-run home run, and a sac fly, shallow though it was. Chris Davis with a 2-run home run. Remember, at the Coliseum, he had a 3-run shot and a grand slam.
And damage. I mean, big home runs in the one tonight.
You're right. The 3-run home run in the first inning. The slam won the game. Series finale. And in the first game of this series, a big 2-run home run.
So Zach Britton comes in when it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Simeon Burns in Canada face the all-star closer Britton. First strike, 96 miles an hour.
Britton faced the A's one time. That was the series finale when the slam was hit by Davis, and he went out and even closed it out in the 10th inning. The 2 1/3, just 1 hit, a couple of strikeouts.
Simeon swinging a pitch that was in the dirt. Britton pitched in the All-Star game, got a couple of outs. He struck out Bryce Harper in the All-Star game. So gave up a hit. His first All-Star appearance. 1-2 pitch. Hit a high in the air down the third base line. Britton has it. He throws late, and the A's have a leadoff single.
Should have let it drop. I was hoping he was going to try to catch it because there's no way he was going to throw out Marcus Semien with the speed. With the ball hitting the plate, but it had the spin. And as he's running towards the foul line, if he lets it go, probably will spin foul. But fortunately, from the A's standpoint, he tried to field it and throw with no chance to throw him out. The only possibility was for it to go to foul, so a good start for the A's again against a very tough reliever.
Well, that is 12 hits for the A's. They've stranded 7 runners through 8 innings, and they've had a couple of runners thrown out at the plate.
Like that.
So they've had opportunities. Infield hit for Simeon, and here's Burns. Into the seats right behind the Orioles dugout, and they're waving for people to come down. Somebody got hit.
Well, the one thing we always say to pay attention, because a right-handed hitter, that means the first base dugout and vice versa. Late swing by Billy Burns on a fastball, and it shot quickly into the stands the right side. So whoever it got hit, we hope get the attention and everybody's okay.
And that one hit right side foul, rolls past Ty Waller. So now it's 0-2 as Britton getting right in on the hands of Burns.
Those are great fastballs, and you know, you have an aggressive hitter in Billy Burns, as we have seen, swinging early and got a pretty good pitch to hit, but could not get his bat through the zone.
To pitch, chopped over Britton's head, and that's going to be another infield hit. So Burns is aboard, 2 on, nobody out, and neither hit has really got off the infield grass. The A's will take it.
Just once it got over Britton's head, there's no chance anybody was going to get to it. They did spin back to throw to second just in case Marcus Semien went around the bag, but Billy Burns another, and did he hurt himself? Now Walt Horn's going out to check on him. That's not good. He's checking his leg or something in his eye. Let's hope that's all it is. Yeah, because you start thinking about something with his legs, with his speed being the way it is.
Walt is smooth, isn't he?
Yeah. But Billy, we know him, he's a very good person, and he immediately thought about the fan over first base because he fouled the ball and you could just see the look on his face, and we hope 30th for him, and you saw that Semien had 19, so it's the second for him tonight.
So a great opportunity for the A's, down by 2 as Canna steps in. First pitch to Canna is inside.
What do they say, a bloop?
Bloop in a blast?
Bloop.
How about a bloop, chop and a home run?
Chop and a blast.
We got 2 out of 3. Swing and a miss. Canna chased.
Got that nasty sinker. That's one that actually 2 hitters, Semien and Burns, have beaten in the ground. That one not even able to be touched.
Reddick to follow, although it looks like Fegley has come out into the on-deck circle. Quick look by Britton. Another look. And Canna dribbles one, foul. Take anything. Canna with very good speed.
One thing about this park, and it's a beautiful park, beautiful stadium, but look at the dirt or the grass on the infield goes right up almost to the chalk line, and the ball is going to go foul, but you can see the grass within a couple of inches of the foul line, so that's great for sacrifice or bunts in general, because you get it on the grass, it's not going to roll foul. And that's the way it always has been at Camden Yards. Let's hope the one that Britton tried to throw out Semien with no chance, that ends up hurting him, and right now has a couple of runners on base.
So Canna steps back in, down in the count 1-2. Semien at second, Burns at first, so plenty of speed. And that one tapped out in front. Britton grabs it, looks at third, throws to first, got him.
He took his time and almost got burned by that one. But it does act like a sacrifice. Britton looked to third, no chance there. And when he took a casual throw to first, maybe the scouting report didn't talk about the speed of Mark Canna, because he almost beat it out. Just one step.
So Fegley to hit for Reddick. Fegley as a pinch hitter this year, 2 for 6.
Well, one of those hits came on Wednesday night. He did pinch hit, like you said, on Wednesday, and got the hit played yesterday against Mark Burley.
That one tapped. Machado charges, bare hands, throws, got him. Run comes in to score to make it 6-5. You have to be a confident third baseman to do that.
Well, he is confident. We know that. And once he kicks the ball in his hand, he's got a very, very strong arm. So it's going to take a 2-out hit from Valencia, who's been one of the hottest hitters for the Athletics. Tonight, not so much, as he's 0 for 4. What a time to pick up a hit. As Fegley hustling down the line, but setting up perfectly was Machado, and a strong throw.
So the tying run at second, 2 outs. Everybody on their feet, over 36,000 tonight. And the A's trying to battle back and tie this after giving away a 4-0 lead. Valencia waits. First pitch inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1.
Well, it's the hard sinker. This one going inside and then down. That's what makes it so tough.
Outfield shifted a little bit toward right. Lake way off the line in left field. And now it's 0-2. And whatever that pitch is, that is nasty.
That's a nasty sinker. That's the one that looks so good. Watch how it just drops right out of the strike zone right there.
With very high velocity. So 0-2 the count. And there is a base hit right field. Here comes Burns. He's going to score, and the A's have tied it in the top of the ninth.
0-2 base hit just past second base. And Valencia does it again. Scope, look where he's playing. It's a ground ball. He dives, can't come up with it. If he does, saves a run. And with the speed of Billy Burns, they weren't going to throw him out once the ball got to the outfield. And Britton, 2 infield hits and a blown save.
So Valencia's first hit tonight is a big one. And now Vogt hits. And there's a shot right field. That's going to get down. Parra plays it off the wall. He picks it up clean. Valencia will stop at third. And Vogt with a long single. And the inning is still alive.
Well, it's too bad he hit it so hard that Valencia could not score. Fastball mislocation inside, tried to go away, and Vogt got it. Down in the corner, Parra, very, very good outfielder, got to the ball, and Valencia just could not get more than the third base. So, Rhett Lowry, stay hot.
So 4 hits in the inning.
Valencia was thinking about it. I've got to try to score, running hard to third, but no chance for Mike Gallagher to send him. And remember, 2 have been thrown out at plate tonight, of course. And you knew they were going to come back at this point to bite. Maybe not so much Butler, because that was the 2 outs, but Coco ran through the stop sign, which made it a little bit more difficult.
First pitch is high to Lowry. So another lefty, Brian Mattis, starts to throw.
Well, even some of the best ever on a season with closers have their difficulties, and for Britton tonight, now he's a sinker away from. Well,
Scope has it. He'll step on the bag. Side retired. A's get 2 runs on 4 hits and tie it here in the top of the ninth. So bottom of the ninth coming up. It's a 6-6 game.
Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
So the A's scored 2 in the top of the ninth off all-star closer Zach Britton. A couple of infield singles started it. So it's now a 6-6 game. So entertaining game, if nothing else.
The 3 hits, the 2 infield hits, and the hit by Valencia all came with 2 strikes.
Yep.
He is 0-2 to Valencia. 2 nasty pitches, especially the second one that went straight down. And then left one up enough, and Valencia went to right field, and that's it. So Fernando Rodriguez comes in to pitch. Sam Fuld into right field as Josh Reddick was removed for a pinch hitter. It means the A's now with just the catcher, Stephen Vogt, behind the plate, as pinch hitting for Reddick was effectively the other catcher.
So bottom of the 9th as Rodriguez takes over. He's the 4th pitcher of the night for the A's. So Danny Valencia, the 2-out RBI single to tie up this game. So Parra, Jones, Davis, 3 very good hitters to bat here for the Orioles in the bottom of the 9th inning. First pitch to Parra is a strike. The Yankees held on, and I mean held on, and won that game in Toronto 4-3. As expected, the Blue Jays rallied in the 9th inning. Had a couple of runners on, but could not score. Parra fouls it back.
And it was the one guy who had the streak of unbeaten games. That was the plate to end it against Andrew Miller, and that was Troy Tulowitzki. Fouled off a bunch, but ultimately struck it out.
So quite a ball game, but the Yankees grab first place back with the 4-3 win over the Blue Jays.
This goes to show that Blue Jays have won 11 consecutive. It's hard to do. It's hard. I mean, they've had 2 11-game win streaks this season. Twice they've done it. First time since the Indians in 1954. So that says a lot about having that long winning streak, not only once but twice.
So that drops the Blue Jays back to the #1 wild card spot. Flip-flop with the Yankees. 1-2 pitch, big curve. Parra watches it drop low.
Well, you have the schedule, so it's probably going to go down the wire with the Blue Jays and the Yankees. They've got to play within the division probably the final week.
Yep.
You know, they've got now 9 games remaining, which you'd think the way the schedule is set up, the A's will be finishing in the West, and you'd think that the East and the Central would be doing the same.
And there's a line drive, base hit to left field. Curveball that just kind of stayed up, and Parra shoots it the other way, so he's 2 for 4.
You know the difference in the curveball that he threw hard and bounced, that Parra didn't swing at, and the curveball that he swung at a hit? Look at this one. He just kind of floats in and allows Parra, is a good hitter with 2 strikes, to go to the opposite field. You're going to throw it hard like he did the previous one, trying to get him to swing at a bad pitch. Vogt blocked it, but if you throw it for a strike, that's not the time to do it. First pitch, yes, not with 2 strikes.
So here's Adam Jones. He's got 4 RBIs tonight. And there's a line drive, base hit left field. Coco was playing deep, as the outfielders all were playing deep, and Jones rips a single. So 2 on, nobody out here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
And just a fastball right there. And Adam Jones, I guess you could say he's playing no doubles, but playing deep anyway. Curt Young's going to visit his right-hander, and I would not say this with 100% accuracy, but figure your 4th place hitter is not going to be a candidate to bunt.
I think you're safe saying that.
Which can be good, because Chris Davis could hit Utah Street again, or he could strike out. Anybody else in the lineup might be bunting with 1st and 2nd, nobody out in the 9th inning in a tied game.
But you wonder too, Ray, is you. Listen, we're not saying he's going to bunt, but they always play a big shift with Chris Davis.
That's right.
And now you really have to keep your 3rd baseman somewhat close to 3rd base. Otherwise, Parra will take off and steal it easily.
He's got 2 singles in left field, but this is what he did when Fernando Abad threw him a slider that didn't slide and wasn't thrown hard. And once the ball bounced up, I mean, It bounced and hit the warehouse, so that means it bounced on Utah Street. But they've got to shift again as the whole left side of the infield open. You throw him fastball outside, he's going to go that direction.
Oh, he got a fastball he swung through.
But he's back to the left again. Back to swing up with his swing, unlike the singles that he hit to left field.
Jonathan Scope is the on-deck hitter. Valencia playing about a normal third base spot. Simeon playing right behind Parr, the runner at second. Laurie playing a conventional second base spot. Swing and a miss. 0-2, 94 miles an hour.
Fernando, as we know, has a very good fastball, and Chris Davis has been known to do exactly that with the fastballs. So a chance of speeding up his bat, you don't want to if he's swinging through fastballs like that.
Fastball. It's about where Vogt wanted it. He wanted it up and in a little bit, and that's where it was. So Parr at second, Jones at first. Lots of speed on the bases for the Orioles. Davis fouls it straight back. Another fastball at 94. Rodriguez shakes a couple times. Now he's ready. Swing and a miss on a high heater.
You know, the interesting, as you said about it, shaking a couple of times, and Kurt Young has talked about Stephen Vogt as being the expert in getting his pitcher to shake. I mean, that's just there to think, and it's a good idea that Stephen knows what he wants to call, pitcher knows what he wants to throw, but if a catcher just asks the pitcher to shake a couple of times, just a little thought maybe of something in the hitter's mind. Well, what is he shaking to if he's shaking anything?
I thought he only had 2 pitches.
Right. So he threw him a fastball upstairs again, and now the A's can hope for a double play to get out of the inning. It's a huge strikeout with one of the best hitters in the game.
First pitch to Scope. Bounce toward Laurie. He's got it. Out at second, and the throw will be held at second base, and then throwing back and just getting back is Parr. Simeon grabbed the throw from Laurie and then did a heads-up thing. He spun and he immediately looked at third, and they almost got Parr.
Well, and Brett Laurie and watched the throw from him to Simeon, and Simeon made a great play on this because he had to reach to his left, and no chance that he figured to double up Scope, who runs well. Laurie hoping there, but he got under a little bit of the throw. Going in hard was Jones at second, and almost picked off, or at least out at third was Parr. But nice play by Simeon both ways to catch the ball and then quickly throw to third base, almost getting Parra, who just got back safely. He was thinking about scoring if the ball had gotten through.
So now Hardy steps in with runners at first and third and 2 outs. Hardy is 1 for 4. He singled back in the second inning.
Well, they'll let the runner at first go.
And he will go. Pitches a little low.
And that's what the conversation was about with Stephen Vogt, and not to hold him, not to give up any defensive position.
Dancing around at third. And that one off Felix Hernandez. He can't find it. He throws. Got it.
Oh, wow. Fernando. He knew it was off his body, but he did not know where and how many times would he spin around and look before he finally looked down and made a quick throw to first. Watch this, and the scary part is that Fernando Rodriguez had no clue where the ball was. Wow. What a play.
So it hit his foot and just sat right there.
And Hardy is running. And Fernando, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And he threw it. A nice play by Cannon to make the pick.
And how about the ending to the bottom of the ninth?
Talk about a bad feeling. Stephen Vogt pointed. There it is. There it is. And he looked down just at the right time, picked it up and threw it. The bare hand, but hit him off the right foot. And you're right, Kai. It just stayed, and he's looking around, thinking the ball is going to pop up. It didn't. It stayed on the ground. Throw. Canna actually didn't have to pick it. Just caught it backhand close to the ground.
Actually, I think he saw us pointing at the ball.
Well, really, one of the worst things for a pitcher, usually it's the ball off the pitcher, to have somebody point. I mean, it's hard to yell because everybody's yelling.
Sure.
I mean, Stephen Vogt, all he could was point, and I guess you could say that Fernando looked at it, saw he was pointing down, and just looked straight down.
So Ike Davis leading it off against Brad Brock, the new pitcher for the Orioles. And it's 2-0 to Ike Davis. So 41 games for Brock, 4-2, 2.60 ERA, lots of strikeouts. And now 3-0. So it's been Jimenez, Gibbons, O'Day, Britton, and now Brock. Pitches a strike. Crisp to follow, and then Simeon here in the 10th.
So all the pitchers that have been used, no decisions, because it's a time in the 10th inning, and now you have the guys who are actually. Fernando was used in the 9th, got the job done. Jimenez, no decision. Mills, no decision. Gibbons had a chance for a win, blown save by Britton.
So full count to Ike Davis, his second at bat. Got him swinging. A pretty good fastball, Brock, down around the knees, and it was the 11th time an A's hitter has struck out.
That's a perfect pitch, and after first 3 off the plate, made the adjustments to go more to the middle.
So Coco will hit. Coco tonight is 2 for 4. Single double, RBI, couple of groundouts, and that's a fair ball down the right field line. Coco hits the bag. He's digging for second, and he's going to have a double. And he's going to have a 3-hit night.
Surprisingly, Davis was not guarding the line against an extra base hit. You normally see that in extra inning games, and Davis close to the line, not even really close, and wasn't even playing for a possible bunt. And we often see where somebody might be guarding the line and get a base hit, playing in a normal position. They would have caught it, but this time Davis was not on the line, and Coco got one past him. So have a good night, Marcus Semien. He's had 3 hits plus a walk, and a very nice night defensively.
First pitch strike. So the offensive numbers. And right at the knee. So you see Brock, good, hard, sinking fastball. It's the downward movement on this pitch.
And it stayed in there and stayed down and got the sharp slider they threw in the first pitch.
0-2 pitch, fastball, swing and a miss, struck him out. So Semien is retired for the first time. Now it's up to Burns.
Wanted it elevated, he got it.
So for Burns, his 6th at bat, he's 2 for 5. He singled and scored in that 9th inning. And an infield hit. First pitch, fastball, inside corner for a strike. Go ahead run at second. That's Coco Crisp. He's now with 16 hits in this game. The Orioles have 13. A flare foul into the seats.
I'd just like to see Billy Burns hit a ball where one of the gaps in the outfield and let it roll. As again playing very shallow, figuring he's just going to try to make contact, flip the ball in the outfield.
Another one sliced foul. So Burns, as always, hanging in there. In the bottom of the 10th, it'll be Reimold, Lake, and Joseph, the bottom 3 for the Orioles. Swing and a miss, high fastball, and Brock ends up striking out 3, and Coco is stranded at second base. Bottom of the 10th coming up. It's a 6-6 game.
Every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Visit MLB.tv for details.
So quite a ball game tonight. 6-6, bottom of the 10th. We're going to have a pinch hitter. Jimmy Paredes is going to pinch hit for Nolan Rymel. Paredes is a switch hitter. And he will face Fernando Rodriguez. 10 home runs, 41 RBIs for Paredes. Getting a fair amount of playing time this year for the Orioles.
Playing time, but usually DH.
Yep,
offensively, he's a liability.
How about getting a fair amount of at-bats this year? That's probably more accurate. But here hitting for Rymel. Rymel had a couple of hits. Valencia in even with the bag at third. Now he backs off a little bit and the count is 1-1. Lake to follow, then Joseph for the Orioles. Orioles have 13 hits. They've stranded 9 through the first 9 innings. Good pitch, 1-2. Second inning of work for Rodriguez. Mills went 5.
It's amazing. Both managers, of course, different situations. The Orioles know that they're in a tight race in the Eastern Division. Bob Melvin wants to try to win every game, and for his club, and not necessarily be a spoiler. And that kind of fastball from Fernando Rodriguez helps. Second strikeout, good fastball tonight. For him to get out of last inning, got to be a big sigh of relief. So as you mentioned, Scribner, Abad, Mujica, and Rodriguez. Who's the closer?
That's a good question.
And I don't think that
Arnold, Arnold Leon has been sent out. So
right. Those was brought up for him.
So there's 6 relievers for the A's. And generally, we'll have 7, sometimes 8. But so really, the A's are short a reliever, and it wasn't that long ago that Felix Dubron threw 95 pitches, and he's one of the 2 relievers left, Pomeranz and Dubron. So that could become an issue if this game were to continue on. Oh, 1 pitch to Lake, fouled straight back, and it's 0-2.
Well, you really have to start looking at the possibilities, and you're right, because whoever would come in next, unless Dubron has told them that after all those pitches he's available. It's almost like a starter where you take 4 days off after, because he essentially pitched a full game. In the 6th and the 3rd, went 95 pitches. So that was Dubron. That was in Toronto, and really saved the bullpen, which probably allows them to do what they're doing tonight.
Yeah, that was Wednesday.
Yeah.
So you're asking a lot.
When a pitcher throws that many, it usually takes 3 to 4 days to recover. And he may have told the skipper and Kurt Young, don't worry about it, I'm available. But once Pomeranz comes in, then you're down to Pomeranz and Dubon. And
or tomorrow night starter.
Yeah.
And you don't like to do that. It's true.
Aaron Brooks threw only 58 pitches, so that's a good call.
And Lake strikes out. So back-to-back strikeouts here in the 10th.
That's a good chase breaking ball, and that's a great one. Look where Voda set up. Look at this breaking pitch, and started out a ball, ended up a ball, and here's your slider, spin, and that time you could almost see the red dot that's created with the spinning of the slider and the seams on the baseball.
First pitch to Caleb Joseph is hit high in the air. Fold and right. He's got room. And he's got it. We're going to the 11th in Baltimore. We're tied at 6. here in Baltimore. Join us tomorrow. The A's continue this 4-game series here at Camden Yards. Chris Bassett and Miguel Gonzalez is your pitching matchup. Our coverage begins at 3:30 with A's pregame live, and then complete A's coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. Don't forget, the home of A's baseball is CSN. So all kinds of stuff going on in this game. It's been fun. A's were up 4-0. A's were down 6-4. They tied it in the 9th. And now we're into the 11th inning.
Those guys, if those guys hadn't done 4 runs batted in by Jones, 2 by Chris Davis, but some big hits by the Athletics. Stephen Vogt, a big night with 3 hits.
And way out in front.
So the Orioles have used 4 relievers. The A's have used 4. Fernando Rodriguez. So if the A's score a run, then Pomeranz could be the closer. Fernando might be finished. Stephen Vogt, really the only remaining catcher. Fegler's been used. Now you have to start looking at available position players.
I got Sogard as our only guy. That sound right?
You know, we could always use the DH, which that's Davis now. He can pitch.
We are managing the heck out of this game, aren't we? We have every scenario covered up here in the broadcast booth.
Well, you got the DH normally as a position player, but you could always put him in, as he has been a very good pitcher.
Fan in the upper deck, first row, had his glove. He made the catch and then dropped it. And if you drop it out of the first row in the upper deck, it's gone.
But I was just thinking of the great Rex Barney. Give that fan a contract. He wouldn't have said it for that. He'd say clank. No, Rex was great. That was one of the best sounds throughout Memorial Stadium. Somebody made a catch.
That's a good one.
Give that fan a contract. You could hear it as the PA announced. Former Rookie of the Year many years ago. Yeah. Who did he pitch for? Brooklyn Dodgers. That's right. Rookie of the Year. Yeah, Rex was great.
A little Oriole history. 2-2 the count to Cannon.
Now Rex would never say give that fan an air. He did? Oh no. I always heard him say give him a contract. I didn't know he did that.
Cannon reaches for it to stay alive.
But can you imagine a PA announcer in today's world saying, Dick Callahan, give that fan an air? Dick's great, isn't he? Dick's so enthusiastic. Well, Mark Canha hit the ball into the ground, bounced up, and got Nick Carapazza on the right shoulder. Carapazza, the son-in-law of Richie Garcia, the former umpire. It's a great story that Richie's wife said to him when found out son-in-law was going to be an umpire. And his wife said, "No, you're not going to give him your equipment."
As a wedding gift?
Yeah. Richie was telling the story down in Florida.
So a good battle here between Brock, who struck out 3 and gave up a double in the 10th inning. So it's his 2nd inning of work. And he misses outside, and the A's have a leadoff walk.
He tried to throw that 120 miles an hour. He overthrew that so bad. I mean, he's throwing some very good fastballs. But it seemed to Canha, after striking out the side of the 10th inning and a 1-out double, just really overthrew the 3-2 fastball. Now Sam Fuld hitting 3rd.
Machado well in on the grass. We'll see if Sam Fuld would bunt. Valencia, the on-deck hitter. He does, and it's a good one. Brock thought about second. He'll get the out at first. So Sam Fuld does his job.
That's another statistic that the A's do not do a lot of. Sacrificing.
Fewest in the American League, I believe.
Exactly. Fewest sacks, fewest home runs before tonight, giving up 2. And well, Brock made a good play. He thought about second, but Mark Canha can run, and that probably discouraged him from trying to go to second because of the speed of Canha. Nice bunt by Sam Fuld. You don't see the A's doing a lot of that, but in this situation where you got 2 chances to drive in the go-ahead run, and you've tied the game, you've made it an extra inning game, and this is why you want to try to give yourself a chance to get him in, especially with Valencia, who's been a very hot hitter.
Valencia was 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts when he stepped up in the 9th inning with 2 outs. And Burns at second. And he knocked him in with a base hit to right field to tie the game.
And a 2-strike approach, which was pretty good.
First strike.
Have to go back to the Valencia strikeout in the 7th inning. It's a hard slider by Brock, froze him. But in the 7th inning, he was almost ejected when he argued a strike 3 call. So that would have been interesting, that another position player gone.
Tapped foul as Brock got that one down and in on Valencia.
Well, you can't see this enough. The A's down by a run, 9th inning, Britton on, and they all the pitches he threw in the inning, he finally elevated one that Valencia could go to right field past the diving scope, and Valencia with a tying run.
Valencia again behind in the count, 1-2. Now 2-2. Astros leading the Tigers 4-1 in the 8th. Royals leading the Angels 4-1 in the 8th. That's Brian Mattis getting loose. Another left-hand hitting Vogt is in the on-deck circle. So that could be the matchup. We'll see. 2-2 pitch is Valencia had to cover that pitch. May have been a ball, but with the go-ahead run at second base in extra innings, you do not want to be called out on strikes.
And the fact he already has been almost ejected, so you just protect and
no question.
Not give an umpire a chance to call you out.
Another 2-2, and it's well off the plate. Rangers leading the Rays 5-3, bottom of the 8th inning. The Rangers have come back in that game. They were trailing 3-2. The 3-2 pitch is hit hard to Machado, who scoops it up, slings it across for the second out.
Boy, Hunter Slider's looking for it away. The ball stayed in, kind of backed up on him. And see what Buck Showalter, of course, he could walk Vogt to face Glory, keep this pitcher in there. And that was just a backup breaking ball. And again, Caleb Joseph going soft with the pitch selection versus the hard one. And they are going to walk Stephen Vogt. Canna, that's good base running. Ball in front of you, go back. So the Big Cheese got a chance.
The Big Cheese.
Roy thinking, okay. Like hitters who stand in the on-deck circle and send an intentional walk. And I don't know that Brett Lawrie needs anything to get him fired up, but
he does not. See, but this would be a spot where if Lawrie wasn't the hitter, he would ask the guy who was the hitter, do you want to be the Big Cheese? Well, now we can ask Brett Lawrie that. And he would say, yes, indeed, I do. And let's hope that
he does.
That is the case. A's need a 2-out hit to take the lead here in the top of the 11th inning.
Lawrie got a base hit in his first at bat on a 3-0 fastball. Strikeout, 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 force out on a 4 unassisted with the go-ahead run at third base in the 9th inning. So with another chance to drive in the go-ahead run, runner at second and Canna, who Mike Gallego will not have a problem sending him should a base hit be hit at the outfield.
Lawrie is 1 for 5. First pitch tapped slowly up the third base line, and it is going to roll foul right at the last second at triple foul. It just kind of dropped right off the grass, and as you pointed out, the line is right next to the grass, and once it rolled off the grass, it was going to go foul.
The spin, and there's no chance to throw anybody out, and just watch the spin because it hits the edge and drops straight down.
Yeah, picked up speed.
And if you have the normal area between or space between the grass and the foul line, and it hit the grass, it would have stayed fair. But that just is just too close.
So 0-1 to Laurie. Popped it up. Playable on the infield. Scope and Davis. It'll be the second baseman, Scope, who squeezes it. Side retired. A strand a pair in the top of the 11th. Bottom of the 11th coming up. It'll be the top of the order for the Orioles. Ray, he struck out 3. Worked his way out of a big jam in the ninth. Stuff was good tonight.
He did a very good job. And a fastball, and this probably the one that he'll think about for a long time. And to get pumped up after throwing out Hardy with the ball off his foot. And then the strikeout, there's a big one there, and finished it off. So a good outing for Fernando, and really what he did in the ninth inning. And then to pitch the 10th, and here we are in the 11th, trying to keep it going. Hayes will hopefully try to hit at least in the 12th.
So Pomeranz comes in. So he is the 6th pitcher of the night for the Athletics. He's going to try to get this game to the 12th. He'll face the top of the order Machado, Parra, and Jones. So it's been Mills, Scribner, Abad, Majica, Rodriguez, and now Pomeranz. So there's been 12 runs in the game. There's been 29 hits. There's been 21 runners stranded. There has not been an error. Those A's fans, they're not going anywhere. First pitch to Machado is a strike. Machado is 1 for 4 with a single and a walk and a run scored. Dangerous. He's got 24 home runs. It's that one just foul. Valencia on the backhand.
See, that's guarding the line.
Yep.
And with a right-handed hitter, if Figueroa's going to pull, that's where you have the third baseman guarding the line. Canna not so much at third or at first, but for Valencia, he was there, and that's why that ball was so close, and he was able to catch it. Had it gone over the bag fair, it's going to be a fair ball. Now Pomeranz has been a starter, but since he's been in the bullpen, it's not like he has stretched out his arm to where he could go as far as DeBron did the other night. This could give you multiple innings if that's what is going to be necessary tonight.
And on 3 pitches, Machado strikes out. And that's out number 1.
Seems like Machado all night. He has the one infield hit. It seems like all night he's been swinging hard, really trying to go deep, and he hit 24 probably swinging naturally. Tonight he's been swinging hard. One he popped up in the 5th inning on a ball that looked like they have a chance to get Parra in from or at least Lake in from third. Not.
So lefty on lefty here. Pomeranz facing Parra. Swings at the first pitch and lofts it high and foul. Hazer going to think, man, we had a 4-0 lead. The Orioles are going to say we were 1 out away from a win.
One pitch.
One pitch away.
Neither one are good. Because these fans could say we could have the fireworks an hour ago. That's and right. Been home.
Fireworks after the game.
We're still waiting. At least a lot of them are. Some people have left.
36,784 the attendance tonight for game 1 of this series.
Fireworks will be at the Coliseum a week from tomorrow night, 22nd, when the Tampa Bay Rays are in town. Star Wars fireworks.
We've been here in the summer. Seems like every year the last 6 or 7 years, and it's been very, very warm and humid. Pretty nice today, and it's very nice right now. Simeon will back up, just a little pop up, and he's got it. So Pomeranz gets the left-handed hitting Parra.
That's a jam.
Yes, it is.
That is a huge, big-time jam. Parra was jamming his first at bat. Pop up to second base. That was against Brad Mills. And Parra, the lefty, just couldn't do anything with this one. So Mr. Jones once again.
He's dangerous.
Yeah. And really, if you can get the fastball inside like Mills tried to do in the 5th inning, you might be able to get him out, but do not let him extend his arms. So trying to go inside again. Got it.
Lowry backing up, and now he lets it fall as Fold thought Lowry had it, vice versa, and it's a hit.
Well, he didn't get it. He got it, but it didn't get it. Infielder goes out until he hears the outfielder. And unless Brett Lowry heard something, and you can hear how disappointed Jones was. Somebody must have said something because Brett Lowry peeled off, and Sam Fold was not close. So evidently it was not Sam Fold who said it. And Jones just thought he was going to be cut because he wasn't running. Not that he had made it to second anyway, but that's a gift base hit.
And it gets Chris Davis in at bat, and he swings and misses, and it's on.
Remember the play that Lowry made earlier that was up in the air forever? And he kind of spun around and made the play and thought maybe Reddick was be there. Maybe this time Lowry thought somebody was going to be there. They weren't. Fold wasn't hit as high.
Quick 0-2 to Davis. Davis is 3 for 5. 2 singles, a 2-run homer, a ground out, and a strikeout for big first baseman. And on 3 pitches, Davis strikes out. Pomeranz gets out of it, and we're moving to the 12th inning in Baltimore. We are all tied at 6.
Pregame.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, statcast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or your tablet. I don't know if those fans are just going to get some more refreshments or they're going to leave, but
it's a good question.
It is a 12th inning for the Athletics as they have been able to get to the 12th thanks to some great pitching by Drew Pomeranz. Says 30 hits, 12 runs, no errors. That's the best part about this game. So far, flawless baseball. Like it.
So a new pitcher for the Orioles. Another lefty, Brian Mattis, comes in. Sixth pitcher of the night for the Orioles. He faces Ike Davis, Coco Crisp, and Marcus Semien. Another good season for Mattis. He's become a big part of this Orioles bullpen. Mattis was a very high draft pick. I think he was the 4th overall pick in 2008. And when he got to the big leagues, he was a starter for the Orioles. And he wasn't bad, but not what they had hoped. And they put him in the bullpen. And this is his 3rd year now in the bullpen. And he's been pretty good.
That's right. We got him for 5 starts in 10 and 11. But that's what Buck Showalter has done. And even talking to Chris Bassett, where he has told us that pitching out of the bullpen, he can just air it out, not worry about anything, just throw hard. And the same for Brian Mattis. He has done a very good job for Buck Showalter in the bullpen. Had a very strong lefty.
Slider, strike 3 call. Well, Ike Davis is called out on strikes.
You see where Caleb Joseph way outside and the ball really stayed in the middle of the plate. He had to reach back, but it was a slider that, even though it did hang in the strike zone for Vicar Haza.
A's have struck out 14 times tonight. So Coco steps in. He's 3 for 5. It's a final in Kansas City. The Royals beat the Angels 4-1. Houston leading 5-1 over Detroit at home, top of the 9th inning. So they're 3 outs away from the Astros are 3 outs away from a win and pick up a game on the Angels.
Well, it's just August the 14th. There's going to be a lot of scoreboard watching for the remainder of the season for a lot of clubs.
2-0 to Coco Crisp. Coco doubled with 1 out in the 10th inning, but the A's could not get him home.
But he's got 3 hits. Might as well have a great night. And keep it going. Get the average. It's got to be over 100 by now.
2-2 the count. Coco, after the swing and the miss, will go for a little walk.
Well, the high fastball, he was trying to end it, or at least give the A's the lead with a big swing on a 2-1 fastball, but no contact.
So Coco steps back in. Outfield shallow in center, shallow in right. Coco reaches for that one, pokes it foul. Orioles bullpen still has TJ McFarland, a lefty, Jason Garcia, a righty. So they're okay.
A's have Scott Emerson and Casey Chavez.
Casey Chavez can go an inning. Emo can go like 7. And that is fair. Coco is going to have a 4-hit night as he hits the bag at first, digs for second, makes the turn, and he puts on the brakes. So Coco is now 4 for 6 with 3 doubles.
Machado again not on the line. That ball cutting in. Look what Machado's playing, and it's very surprising. Very surprising. Extra inning games that you're not guarding the line. You sacrifice, you give up a base hit, but you don't give extra base hits. And Machado not being on the line, he does allow the ball to get past him down in the corner, and Coco ends up with a double. And again, as was the case in the 10th, 1-out double.
And Simeon goes after the first pitch, pops it up right side.
First pitch change up.
And Davis has it. So 2 outs. Last time Coco had a 4-hit game, go back to September 27th of 2013. Sounds like a big game in the middle of a pennant race to me. 2013. So now it's up to Billy Burns. 2 for 6 for Burns. 2 singles, a run scored, and an RBI. Top of the 12th, he's trying to take the lead.
Well, a first pitch change up to Simeon that he popped up, and for Billy Burns, everybody knows he swings at early pitches, and tonight he's done it with 1 infield hit.
Not that time, as it's an off-speed pitch that's up and away.
Actually, he hasn't hit the ball out of the infield. He has 2 infield hits.
That's right.
This would be a good time to get a ball out of the infield. Although, you're a hitter, you're looking out and you see, where do I hit it? There's all those players bunched together.
Swing and a miss. 91 miles an hour on the fastball. A little up, and Burns swung through it. Burns now on the year, 109 hits in 89 games. Swing and a miss again. That one with that left-handed tailing action.
Inside of the target, but again, mislocation. Brad Mills mislocation. That 3-run home run resulted. Burns with Maddox. A little bit extra on the fastball.
He's now with 17 hits. Dennis with a quick look, and a slider that he just got a piece of. Barely.
He did come in with a breaking ball, which is a little surprising. And that boy in the dugout cheering him on.
That's the year. Chased the pitch well out of the strike zone, and the A's strand another runner. They've stranded 13 now in the game. So Pomeranz back to work as we go to the bottom of the 12th. CSN California and check out that guy right there, Joe Stiglitz. He's our A's insider. He provides wire-to-wire reporting for this A's 2015 season. Joe's good. Check him out only on CSNCalifornia.com. Joe Stiglitz, Athletics insider.
Joe's good. Just hope Joe didn't have late dinner reservations.
I don't think so. Maybe in October, Ray, but not in August. 12th inning, Scope to lead it off, and he takes up and away. Scope, Hardy, Paredes. Pomeranz threw 11 pitches in the 11th inning. Swing and a miss.
I think we're seeing some hitters trying to end it with one swing. Good call. Guys with big swings, and I mean, there's really one guy or two guys. There's one of them. And actually, there's another. Jones and Machado. Chris Davis, of course. Paredes, who Scope that is, but listen, off the big swings.
1-2 to Scope. He's 1 for 4 with a single and a walk. And on the 1-2 fastball, he swings and misses. 3 strikeouts for Pomeranz.
Just a great fastball, and Stephen Vogt keeps going inside with a fastball. Scope with a big swing again, 3 in a row, and he did not shorten his swing at all with 2 strikes. That was just as hard on the 3rd strike as it was on the 1st one.
First pitch to Hardy. Fastball away. Hardy 1 for 5. A single and 4 groundouts. One of those groundouts was a double play. In there, good fastball, 1-1.
And Stephen Vogt, the catcher, will keep his right hand behind his back. And if there's ever time to try to protect the throwing hand, this is it, with him being the only catcher with Fegley pinch hitting. See that more and more in the one-handed style of catching, and it's a good time to do it.
Laurie, the second baseman, has it. So Pomeranz has had good stuff tonight in his second inning of work.
Talking in these situations, not so much about how many pitches you throw as how many times you sit down and get back up, go back out. And while he's not throwing a lot of pitches, there's 18, and actually the second inning work, 1 hit that he's given up. Got some autographs on the bill of his cap, that A's cap. Got his glove, trying to quietly cheer for the A's amongst all their Orioles fans.
First pitch to Paredes. Fouls it straight back. Paredes, as a right-handed hitter, 245. As a left-handed hitter, 279. He pinch hit for Nolan Reimold back in the 10th inning. Outfield playing deep for Paredes. Trying to cut off a double.
This time Valencia off the bag at third base, not guarding the line with 2 outs, and maybe just not expecting the ball to be pulled by Paredes. That kind of a swing, he probably would. That's why I thought Scope was Paredes, because they both swing the same.
They swing hard.
They both swing exactly the same.
Nobody's backing down on the 2 strikeouts.
Scope, that was a strikeout victim, the 3rd by Pomeranz. There it is again.
So the Orioles, with some big swings, come up empty. 2 more strikeouts for Pomeranz. He's been good, and we're going to the 13th, tied at 6. It's on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Lots of football highlights from the Rams-Raiders game. And, of course, the golf tournament going on at Whistling Straits in Wisconsin. And Steph's big day on the golf links. It's all coming up tonight at 10:30. Again, it's on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Henry Wolford and Dave Feldman will host. Here in Baltimore, it's the top of the 13th inning, and the A's and the Orioles are all knotted at 6. The bullpen arms are becoming, what do you want to say, short in supply. Jason Garcia is the new pitcher for the Orioles. He is the 6th relief pitcher used, and there's one left out there now. It's TJ McFarland. So there is Jason Garcia. Just his 10th appearance. Lots of walks. 12 walks in 14 2/3 innings.
One of those guys who's considered in the long pitching category or late when there's nobody left. And maybe somebody could give some innings pitches or whatever, or maybe the A's can score and end it. I really think the A's are down to the last pitcher. I'd say.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Dubront would be able to go tonight. Hannah swings and misses. 1-1 the count.
That's the fact that Aaron Brooks just threw 58 pitches, and that was in the second game of the series. A game that Dubront pitched the 6 1/3 innings in the 95. Brooks, of course, could be the possible.
That may have a better chance of happening than Dubront.
Yeah.
1-1 to Mark Canha. Bounces it to short. Hardy has it across the diamond, and 1 out.
Well, the defense of the Orioles, a ground ball is hit. You figure no chance for an error. If there is going to be an error, it's going to be very rare. Hardy, one of the best position-wise, and there he is.
Good call, Ray Fosse.
Well, there was some talk that when Sonny Gray couldn't pitch that maybe Brooks could come back, because he did throw just 58. But see if he's going to be needed. But it's just like Mattis. I mean, it almost as if Buck Showalter, Wallace thinking Mattis pitches 1 inning in the 12th, and then it becomes more situational. You bring the righty in to face Canha to lead off this inning.
Full chops one, a nice big hop for Scope. And that's 2 outs. I guess if you have a real long guy, you can at this point in the game still throw somebody 1 inning, as long as it's backed up by a long reliever. And
that's why usually now, since the I guess the ending of the All-Star game was it 94. Whenever the All-Star game, because it ran out of pitchers.
2002.
2002.
Yeah.
It was 94 was the World Series.
World Series, yeah.
But it seems like the All-Star game now, there's somebody who is taken, who is the one guy to be left just in case. Not going to need it just in case here.
So Valencia is retired. 3 ground ball outs for Jason Garcia. Bottom of the 13th coming up. We're still tied at 6. from Camden Yards. The A's and the Orioles tied 6-6. A's scored a couple in the top of the ninth to tie this game. And since then, it's been a battle of the bullpens, and the bullpens are starting to run dry. Drew Pomeranz. Well, this is Drew Pomeranz's third inning of work. So, something to watch for. Pomeranz has been good. In fact, he's got 4 strikeouts in 2 innings. So it'll be Junior Lake to lead it off. Lake, Joseph, and Machado here in the bottom of the 13th for the Orioles. Orioles have struck out 6 times in extra innings. Twice in the 10th, twice in the 11th, twice in the 12th. A breaking ball that should have been a strike, but it's called the ball. Vic Carapazzi, who's done a pretty good job tonight.
Yeah.
He may have missed that one.
He must have been thinking about all the fastballs that Pomeranz has been throwing. All the hitters have been swinging so hard.
That one misses, and it's 2-0.
And that's what you're supposed to do there. I mean, you look at Scope and Paredes have been throwing and swinging at those pitches.
I agree.
It's impressive there. For all the last 27 have been strikeouts.
Blake did not take anything off that swing, and it's 2-1. Blake tonight is 1 for 5. He doubled and scored in the 5th. He struck out a couple of times.
You know, Cap, if this game continues, Mickey Morbido, director of team travel, is going to be busy again. Called reinforcements.
My guess is his phone has already been ringing. So, as Ray thought, Aaron Brooks starts to throw.
The guy who had relieved him in Toronto is still down there, but Felix Vermont might be just a fan in the bullpen tonight. So far, that's the case.
Now again, Dubron, as we talked about earlier, threw 95 pitches on Wednesday. That's the game Brooks started. Three-two pitch. Strike 3 called at the knees. Good pitch by Drew Pomeranz. Junior Lake strikes out for the 3rd time.
After all the high fastballs and then one down around the knees, Vic Carapazzi rang him up, and hey, that's too close of a pitch to be taking. He might have been fooled with the fastball inside. Height-wise, he thought it was the ball, and we're going to take a look from the side. That's a strike. He can't believe it, but I wouldn't test Vic Carapazzi this late in the game. I wouldn't test anybody this late in the game.
So here's Caleb Joseph, who is 0 for 5. He's got power, 10 home runs on the year. Fouls that one straight back into the upper deck, first row. We're closing in on 4.5 hours. Feeling good though, Ray.
Hey, it's that time of the night. Play this long, you play to win.
Good curveball, and it's in first strike. So 1-2 with Machado waiting.
All I know in my scorebook, I've got 14 innings and we're at 13. I don't think we've been this deep this year. At least I haven't thought about changing.
We have experience with 18-inning games.
Stephen Vogt, Caleb Joseph, the catchers. You're always looking at catchers and playing in the game, the duration. Well, they still have a catcher left. They have actually two. Wieters has not been placed on DL. Chances he would not catch, but
a liner fair. Valencia leaped for it, just missed it. And Caleb Joseph has a double, and he's the winning run.
Well, he turned on a fastball, and you could almost be happy that he hit it for a double. Got on top of the high fastball, one that's being swung through by several hitters tonight against Pomeranz. Valencia just couldn't jump high enough, and now they're going to check on somebody. Going to check on Pomeranz. Wow. He's been shaking his arm actually this inning, and I mean that's something that was noticed by the skipper. And they're going to take him out.
They're getting him out. And Brooks has been down there warming up. So Pomeranz leaves, and it's going to be him leaving due to injury. So Brooks, if he does need extra time, he'll get it. So the winning run is at second base with one out here in the bottom of the 13th. Brooks coming in, so we'll be back. Thrown the ball pretty well, but he just left. Something was not quite right. If we hear anything, we'll certainly pass it on. But he had 5 strikeouts in what ended up 2 1/3 innings.
But he was shaking his hand, his arm, and something did happen, and that's why they went out quickly and decided to bring in Aaron Brooks, who had been warming up. So he comes in with a runner at second, and Bob Melvin, Kurt Young trying to figure out what to do next. Well, right now it's Aaron Brooks, and 58 pitches on Wednesday against the Blue Jays, and that his first win came against the Tribe, Cleveland Indians, on the Saturday night. His first start in Houston, a no decision. Next start against the Blue Jays, a loss. So that's the 1-1 record.
So not an easy task for Brooks coming in out of the bullpen. But he's in there, and he's going to face Machado. Machado's 7th at bat tonight. He's got 1 hit, and he's got a walk. So Joseph is the runner at second. First pitch. fouled straight back. Machado was not going to wait around.
It's one of those things Machado tonight was talked earlier. He is not up there to swing easy or to take pitches.
And that one is belted down the left field line, and that's the ball game. Machado, a walk-off home run, and the Orioles win game 1 of this series. So a long night in Baltimore. The A's tied it in the 9th, but end up losing it here in the 13th inning. So Manny Machado is the hero tonight. The ball game took 4 hours and 27 minutes, and it was 36,784. And the ones who stuck around, well, they saw Machado win it, and it looked like a changeup, Brett.
Yeah, changeup, and floated in and floated out. And we said he was not swinging easy. Everything's swinging hard, and swung hard on that one. And similar to the one that Adam Jones hit down the line, a 3-run shot, a 2-run walk-off, just as big. Bigger action. Sadly, Pomeranz, who pitched so well, gets the loss, because that was his runner, Caleb Joseph, at second.
So a disappointing finish here in Baltimore as the A's had an early lead, battle back. But the Orioles in the playoff hunt, they get a big win tonight. Final score, the Orioles 8, the Athletics 6, and it was in 13 innings. You've been watching A's Baseball on CSN California. It's part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. A's Post Game Live with Guy Haberman and Pip Roberts starts right now.